stories from the world of entertainment to pass along. Here's a follow-up. We told you on Monday that Michael Lowen, Lindsay's dad, was arrested after allegedly assault against his estranged wife, Kate Major. And now TMZ reports that Michael Lowen has been hit with an emergency protective order on behalf of Kate that prohibits him from going within 200 feet of Major's workplace.
I don't think this is the first time she's had a restraining order against him.
That's a good question, yeah. So he is also forbidden from communicating with her in a threatening manner.
Did they mention mesh shirts?
Nope.
Is he forbidden from wearing those?
So Michael and Major wed in 2014, but have been estranged since 2018 when she filed for divorce a little over a month after she was arrested for domestic battery. So they've just got
They got a wonderful relationship.
yeah, beautiful thing here. So, yeah, but 2018, they've been estranged since then, and somehow or another, they have re-entered into each other's lives again, I guess.
I made me wonder what's going on with the peripheral family, with the mother, Dina Lowen, and then there was the sister they were trying to make happen.
Oh, yeah,
as
trying
a
to make her a
singer.
star.
Is there anything biologically that connects these two?
Mesh.
Who?
Michael and Kate Major. Like,
Biologically?
meaning, do they have children? Like,
No.
you know, yeah.
I don't think so, no. So...
Just go your separate ways.
Yeah, exactly. All right, this week, the long-awaited appearance of Maitland Ward on the Pod Meets World podcast finally happened, and things got testy between the adult film star and her former co-stars, Daniel Fischel, Ryder Strong, and Will Friedle. We talked about this yesterday. They had a heated discussion, but since then, Ward has had some time to reflect and speak out about the episode. Talking to 2Fab, Ward said that about her appearance, I'm just surprised by the whole situation, and I've had a little time to reflect on it since I did the show a week and a half ago. I just felt uneasy to have people that you called friends. I thought Danielle was my friend. I can see that she did not like me, and she has harbored not liking me through the years, but it's sad to me too. Fischel and her co-host denied in the episode that they hated Ward. The Ward believes that she's on a list of past co-workers that they don't like, including Boy Meets World creator Michael Jacobs, and series star Ben Savage. Despite the contentious visit, Ward admits that she'd be open to returning to the podcast, if they invited her back sometime.
I didn't realize this. The general consensus among that group is that they don't like Ben Savage.
That's according to what I've read. And so I don't know if they've actually said that or not, but maybe people pick up vibes that they don't really care for him.
Did they invite Maitland on to beat her up? Was it invited on for there to be conflict?
That's what she felt, that was the case. And she wondered why the deal was. Apparently, she was saying things in... Danielle Fisher accused her of prearranging TMZ accidental street meetings. It seems a little elaborate, but there's clearly, there's bad blood.
I mean,
certainly.
it'd be one thing to hash stuff out that happened on the show and sort through some things, but to intentionally invite somebody on to then beat them up on air or on your podcast seems a little, I don't know.
It kind of sounds like they did that.
Douchey to me.
Not really sure. People are split over the presence of Taylor Swift at NFL games. Some like it, some are over it. The NFL definitely likes it when she shows up to support her man, Travis. According to a new report, the league has benefited to the tune of nearly $1 billion in publicity.
It's amazing.
Since Taylor became a visible football fan in 2023.
The last time they got that kind of traction was when Joe Namath tried to kiss a sideline reporter.
Yeah. I believe he asked her.
I want to kiss you.
Yeah, that was it.
You want to kiss me?
It was $1 billion for the NFL.
So that includes spikes in ticket sales and merchandise, especially among female fans, according to Market Watch data. Is that gravy train over for the league? Well, it's a possibility, as Kelsey has yet to announce whether he was returning for another season with the Chiefs or if he's going to retire. And if so, would they go to games? Who knows?
The NFL should employ an active department that seeks to arrange relationships with their top players and pop stars.
That's a great idea.
Right?
Yeah, totally. That would only help.
Why not?
Speaking of sports stars, David Beckham stars in a series of Hugo Boss ads that feature him in his underwear. Now, Beckham knew going in that eyes would be on his pictures, but one pair of eyes was unexpected. Jackie Adams, mother to Victoria Beckham, and thus Beckham's mother-in-law, told him that she and some friends were admiring the photo shoot. And he is quoted as saying, she was like, I sat down with my friends and we were zooming in. And if you zoom in, you can see everything. And his response to that was, well, don't zoom in then.
Don't zoom in.
So I guess I'm looking at a picture and I guess he's got a bulge in his pants.
It appears that you have a monster hog.
And then if you zoom in, maybe you can see that. So that's the mother-in-law, by the way.
I would think. Yeah. The guy is definitely is perpetually in good shape. Good-looking guy. Always has been.
So Queen Camilla has revealed that there is a new member of the royal family. The Queen was visiting the Beanie House of Art and Knowledge, I'm not familiar with that, in Canterbury yesterday, meeting guide dogs when she shared for the first time that she had welcomed a new dog to the royal family. She explained that it was a rescue dog, 8 weeks old, and when asked what the name was, she said, she's called Molly, because she looks just like a mole.
Moly, moly, moly.
I know. Mole, mole, mole. Buckingham Palace confirmed that Molly was born on December 26th. Her mother is half Jack Russell Terrier, while her father's breed is unknown. The new family member comes just a couple of months after the week lost her beloved rescue dog, Beth, back in November. So this is their new
Queen
cat.
Camilla's new dog.
Molly.
Molly, holy moly.
Yeah. Molly Bobby Brown is shutting down speculation that she might play Britney Spears in a future biopic. The Stranger Things actress, who previously hinted at interest in the role, addressed the rumors at the premiere of her Netflix movie, The Electric State.
Have you seen some of the shots of her recently?
She's stunning.
She looks frigging sensational.
Yep. She said, I mean, she's an absolute icon, talking about Britney, and I would love nothing more than to be a part of her story. However, she made it clear that's her story, and I'm in full support of her bringing her story to life how she wants to. Britney's 2023 memoir, The Woman in Me, was picked up by Wicked director John M. Chu to be adapted into a movie with Chu, promising fans the biopic that's still in the works will do Britney's life story justice.
I think what you're going to want if you're going to do this is take it like when Jennifer Lopez played Selena, she was rising up. She wasn't that well known. That's
exactly
what you need to do.
Yeah. You don't want a too firmly established person to play that particular role.
Or maybe have Ben Affleck play her.
But she does. She would be a nice, she's got, beautiful smile and brown eyes and could kind of pull that thing off if she wanted. But there are plenty of gals who would pull off the Britney thing.
Case, I know you're usually lukewarm on most Netflix movies, but this one looks really good. And
the Electric State movie?
Yeah.
I was just saying yesterday, it looks way different.
Yeah, and I have no idea if it's going to, I'm only basing that on the trailers, but I'm certainly intrigued. And I guess people have these interactive relationships with sort of robots and androids and stuff. And
When's it coming out?
March 14th.
Okay. I bet you it sucks. Okay. But I'll watch
tell you
it
what,
anyway.
it was on Apple TV. I retract my statement. I was going to say The Gorge, but that was Apple. So
that's Apple.
Different animal.
And this is Russo brothers, by the way, are behind it. So
well, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, so Tori Spelling has addressed the backlash over a photo she shared of her 7-year-old son, Beau McDermott, pretending to give her a massage. Spelling jokingly captioned the Instagram story, Beau said that he wanted to do chores in exchange for an allowance. Solid plan. So following online criticism, she took to her podcast and explained, I posted what I thought was a very cute photo of my 7-year-old son, Beau, pretending, being the key word, pretending to give me a massage. She clarified that the image was actually taken during a professional massage with her therapist capturing the moment. She said, it's wild the stuff that you can put out there that they changed the narrative on so hardcore. She was shocked at the reaction. She also revealed a friend had reached out to her noting the possible backlash, and at the time she didn't understand why the pic would be so controversial, asking why. Everyone knows it's not real. Clearly, we are not at home. I am not making him do chores, adding, clearly, I'm at the massage parlor.
Nothing is clear.
No.
It's never clear when you post it. There's going to be somebody go, what the hell is that?
Exactly. Spelling went on to question why celebs are held to different standards than comedians when trying to make a joke, saying comedians that have families, kids, they can post anything, and people are like, they are kidding. That's funny. But if an actor posts something Like, oh my God, that must be true. She's a horrible mom. So she caught a little bit of flack for that, but it was a pretty innocent little photo.
Right?
She posted. Let's see. Jason Isaacs.
Yes.
Known for playing Lucius Malfoy in the Harry Potter films, recently admitted that making the blockbuster movies was, quote, quite boring, he said. Speaking about it, he opened up about the franchise, saying, it's a terrible confession to make. He said they weren't that much fun, adding that it's quite boring making big special effects films.
All right.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, as an actor, they probably don't find that as intriguing as sitting in a real location.
Yeah.
And, you know, so, however, he emphasized that the real joy came later. He said, I see and meet people from whom their lives were changed by it. Some people say their lives were saved by it, and I believe it. Despite his experience on set, Isaacs has been deeply moved when revisiting the Harry Potter world, sharing, every time I burst out in tears. Meanwhile, HBO is gearing up to reboot the franchise as a decade-long TV series, with actors like John Lithgow confirming his role as Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore. Cillian Murphy is rumored to play Voldemort. That's a good choice.
A very good choice.
But the official confirmation of John Lithgow came down yesterday. And he spoke with Screen Rant about it, and he said, it came as a total surprise to me. He said it was not an easy decision because it's going to define me for the last chapter of my life, I'm afraid. But I'm very excited. The beloved actor thought about the long-term commitment to the film or to filming the show, and he said, I'll be about 87 at the wrap party, but I've said yes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's sprawling and amazing, and the movie series is just, you know, there's nothing like it. So this is going to be something, especially if they go as deeply into the books and the source material as they're indicating. You have to be a part of it.
I remember when Richard Harris was approached for Dumbledore for the first two movies, for the first movie, and he was like, nah, I don't know, you know, it's a kid's book or whatever. And his granddaughter was like, grandfather, you have to play this role.
Right,
and so his granddaughter convinced him to do it.
So they're going to have the latitude of more time, more screen time to flesh this story out, which should be pretty cool.
Where's he from, John Lithgow? I mean, he really can play so many different roles.
He's an American, but I mean, he played Churchill brilliantly.
Curious where he was born?
Yeah.
I mean, he studied in London, Case, so maybe that's why he's able to do that. I just pulled this up.
Rochester. And he went to Harvard.
Oh, my God.
Casey went to Harvard.
I went to Harvard twice.
London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art as well.
There you go.
Yep, incredibly talented person. So he is the first confirmed cast member, though HBO has been keeping details on the series under wraps, and the series is set to start filming sometime this summer, and is eyeing a release date in 2026 or early 2027.
Could be cool.
Yep. Ayo Edebiri is set to write the upcoming Barney movie from A24, and is in talks to star in the film as well.
This is going to feature the cast of The Expendables?
No. The Barnaby, I don't know. The Barnaby movie has been in development since 2019. Barney movie has been in development since 2019. Has gotten more eyeballs on it from the general public following the success of Barbie. And the original Barney and Friends show ran from 92 to 2010 for 14 seasons. Featured the happy purple T-Rex that taught kids lessons about friendship and kindness. In an interview last year with The New Yorker, a Mattel executive shared that the upcoming film would be, quote, surrealistic and aimed at adults.
Okay.
You know what? I never realized that Barney was a T-Rex. I just, he was just a dinosaur. I never really gave him,
You just think he's more like Dino-esque?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
I mean, he didn't really have fangs, he just had white teeth, and he was purple and gentle.
He would eat
little arms,
a goat at the the beginning of every episode.
That's right. They'd leave him out. They like to hunt. We played a drinking game in college when we watched Barney. This is what degenerates we were. And there was the seldom seen aerial 360 Barney. And if he ever did that, because that was not every episode, you had to chug. And
so if you had a shot from above?
Wait, what's the aerial 360 Barney?
Well, so Barney gets so excited, Preston, that he hops up in the air and and completely does a 360 and then lands. It does not happen every episode. It became really kind of special to see, and so special, in fact, that it became the only thing where you had to chug. You know, the rest of it were sips or, you know, like 3 sips or whatever, but the seldom seen aerial 360 Barney chug.
When you guys were doing this, were you watching this on a DVD or would it just be on?
PBS, yeah, on the big screen TV in the TV room.
That sounds like an early daytime show to me. Were we drinking at 10 a.m.?
I was a good college student. This is just a college experience.
I love it.
There was a documentary about Barney that was out a little while ago, and it had sort of a tongue-in-cheek approach. And there's a series of YouTube videos from this guy, and all he does, Preston, is redub Barney episodes.
Okay.
And has Barney say horrific things.
Oh, no, of course.
It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah. The 6th Star Wars movie, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, is coming back to theaters to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the film's release. The movie wraps up the prequel trilogy and tells a pivotal story of how Anakin Skywalker slowly becomes Darth Vader, and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda are forced to go into hiding. Revenge of the Sith will run in theaters for just 1 week, and that starts April 25th. Marvel Television has confirmed that a Punisher special starring John Bernthal as Frank Castle, the Punisher, is in development and is expected to air next year.
Now, I hear it's called A Punisher Christmas.
Bernthal's character makes an appearance in Daredevil Born Again Season 1. The special will air around the same time as Daredevil Season 2.
There's no one left to kill.
The script is being written by Bernthal and Ronaldo Marcus Green, who will also direct that special.
I got to finish season 2. I never fully finished it.
I didn't either.
All really, really, really good.
Yeah.
So Disney has given the green light to a 5th Descendants movie.
Yay!
With production set to begin shortly. Kylie Cantrell and Malia Barker will return as Princess Red and Chloe,
Yeah, that's fine.
the daughters of the Queen of Hearts and Cinderella, respectively.
Did you watch the last one?
No.
Oh, Preston, they bridged between the 2 kingdoms.
Yeah, I watched the first.
And everyone was getting along.
I watched the first 2 and part of the third one, and then I tapped out. So the story will pick up shortly after the events of the 2024 film Descendants, The Rise of Red, and will explore what happily ever after is like for Red and Chloe following the return from their time-traveling adventures. Much of the cast is set. No word yet on a premiere date for that.
It is supposed to, in tone, I do not know if this is the case, mirror Glengarry Glen Ross.
Oh, yeah, really? Hey, it's about time they took a serious tone in that. Netflix is coming out with another game show that is offering up huge prizes. It's called $1 Million Secret. It will follow a dozen contestants as they enter a, quote, sumptuous lakeside estate. And in each of their rooms is a mysterious welcome gift, which is a box. Now, the official tagline continues saying, 11 of them are empty and 1 contains $1 million. And it's for that guest to keep as long as they keep their identity hidden. Devilish Games will reveal clues about the millionaire's identity, and they must do whatever it takes to keep their $1 million secret. The series will be hosted by Peter Serafinowicz and premieres March 26 on Netflix.
I'm trying to think, was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire the first game show to actively offer $1 million?
Besides Survivor? Do you consider Survivor?
Was Survivor a full $1 million?
That was $100,000, wasn't it?
No, it was $1 million.
Okay.
Was it $1 million?
Oh,
Yeah.
then you're right. Then
You're
Survivor,
right.
yeah.
I guess it probably was the first one. Moana 2 is coming home. The sequel film, which was initially meant to go directly to streaming, but instead was sent to theaters and became a global blockbuster, is coming to Disney Plus 105 days after debuting. Moana 2 will premiere on Disney Plus March 12th. The movie is one of the biggest animated films of all time. Took in $458 million in the States, $1.05 billion worldwide.
What kind of press is it getting for the Oscars or Sunday?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it up for best
Score?
animated picture?
No, I don't know. In case I don't know. I take that back. If it ended up with, because we know the composers. Well, I'll just say we're lifelong friends.
We're best friends.
Yeah. Maybe they got a nomination as well.
Nick's looking that up. Is this the current?
Yeah, these are the 5, and Moana's not on there.
It's Flow, Inside Out 2, The Wild Robot, Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance, Most Foul, and Memoir of a Snail.
I really love the movie Flow. If you get a chance to,
Yeah.
it's about the waitress from Al. No, it's about
From Alice.
It's this one that features all these animals, but they're not talking; they're just simply being animals. But it's just done in a way, an animation style that's beautiful, and you find yourself getting very emotional. It's really well done.
So there's no dialogue at all?
No.
Wow.
No, it's the animals interacting, and they're, but they do it in a great way, and you're in kind of what appears to be a quasi dystopian situation. But I found it. I was very emotional.
Do you remember where you watched it, Steve?
At home, yeah.
I mean, no, I'm sorry. Like, what platform?
Oh, it was Apple TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, this looks pretty cool. Nice. All right, well, that's up for the Academy Awards this weekend, by the way. All right, then one last story. The Price is Right will reach the 10,000th episode mark with tonight's show.
Wow.
And to celebrate, CBS has made a few new rules for some fan favorite games. For example,
To the death.
the Grand Game will be played for $100,000 instead of the standard $10,000.
Wow.
Lucky 7 will be played as Lucky 10 with 10 $1 bills instead of the usual 7. Double Prices will be played as usual, but will include a $10,000 cash bonus. And any number will have the piggy bank 10,000 times the normal value. So it should be pretty interesting. Here's a little trivia about The Price is Right. Some fun facts for you. It is the longest running game show in television history. 53 years.
50.
It's amazing.
Years.
Yeah, since 1972, The Price is Right has given away over $350 million in cash and prizes, including more than 9,200 cars. Because that was always a big thing. A new car.
We know somebody who won a car.
That's right.
Mel
did. Yeah.
The Price is Right was originally only a half hour long. The show didn't expand to an hour until 1975. And the Showcase Showdown with the big wheel was not part of the show until its expansion to an hour-long program.
I was watching the show one time when someone, I forget what it was, but it was the nighttime show, won $1 million. Wow. It was pretty amazing.
So over 75,000 contestants have been told to come on down during the show's run. The oldest contestants were 99 years old. That happened twice. At 99 years old,
awesome.
we're called down to
You were
contest.
there. You were there for a taping.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought for sure I was going to get picked, but didn't have. Rod Roddy did not say my
Son of a
name.
bitch.
But I did go over and talk to Rod Roddy.
Yes,
Because
cool.
at the time, I was, it was before I was in radio,
Right.
but I was going to my school for broadcasting.
Right.
And so I walked over and I told him.
Was he a cool guy?
He was a very nice
Yeah, yeah.
guy. I mean, I just took it upon myself to walk over there.
Right.
Like, nobody stopped me, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to go say hi to him.
Right.
And I did, and even though I probably wasn't supposed to, but he was wearing, of course, a big sequin,
His thing.
jacket
Yeah,
that he
yeah.
wore. He was a super nice guy.
What was his other gig, or was he just Rod Roddy
That's
from
a good
Price is Right?
question.
He was a dope film director.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he was a. I believe he came from the radio days. I think that's where
Seems
he.
like he
yeah,
would,
yeah,
right?
Definitely an announcer, yeah.
Yeah.
Preston, your friend still does the traveling show, right?
Todd Newton.
Traveling? Oh, of The Price is Right, yes.
Yeah,
In fact, he and I were just texting like a week ago.
Yeah, well, he was here, and I got messages. I had friends that went, and they said that he mentioned the show. I don't know
really?
what the context was, and I was like, wait. I said, how do you know he knows Preston? And she goes, he just mentioned it during the show.
No kidding. So he's writing a book, and he had reached out to me and asked if he could mention our show in the book, and I said absolutely, yeah. So
Just leave Kathy out of it.
please, whatever you do. There's just one person on the program we like to not talk about. Nick, did you find out anything about Rod Roddy?
Yeah, you guys were right. He started in radio and graduated from Texas Christian University. He was born in 1937, but he got his career beginning in radio.
You probably know him from the time he got up in a high tower and started shooting.
He's a different guy, I think.
That was a different guy. So in 2000, a few more fun facts about The Price is Right. The youngest contestant was a 4-year-old in 2021. He and his mom won a new car playing Lucky 7 during Youth Week, I guess they had. In 2019, the biggest winner on the daytime version of The Price is Right won a total $262,000 in cash and prizes.
Oh, my God.
And in 2013, the show gave away its most expensive car ever, was an Audi R8 worth $157,000.
Wow, nice,
You ever
nice.
see Aaron Paul, Jesse Pinkman
Yes.
from Breaking Bad? He was
As a young kid, yes.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
He was a contestant?
Yeah.
And he won.
One of
that's
the
awesome.
wild things is to see Vanna White as a contestant looking
That's right.
like every super California girl. She looked terrific.
All right, so yeah, it's their 10,000th episode tonight, by the way. All right, we're ready to play some clips. Osgood Perkins directed the horror film The Monkey, which is based on Stephen King's 1980 short story. And here he explains how leading with personal experiences creates a top film.
In the moment when you become an authority on what you're writing and you make it about yourself, in essence, you kind of can't lie and you're forced to go deep because you're airing your belief and you have to play off of the bloody cartoon, itchy and scratchy vibe, and you got to bring it down and bring it up, otherwise you have no rhythm.
The Monkey is in theaters now.
Monkey!
All right, next clip. Shoresy, or is it Shoresy?
No, Shoresy.
It's Shoresy, yeah.
Is a sports comedy series that follows the AAA hockey team, the Sudbury Bulldogs. In this clip, Eric Fleissing shares how the script was a fun story to act out.
You're like, here are these lines that you get to say that are, to me, like guaranteed laughs. Your only job is to not mess it up. If you say it, even if you say it deadpan, these great lines, you'll get a great laugh. And when you're doing all these banter scenes, you're trying not to laugh because everyone else has all these funny lines. Yeah, that was really my favorite part, just acting out these great scripts.
Shut the f*** up!
The new season of Shoresy is now streaming on Hulu. Do you guys watch it?
Yeah, I watched Letterkenny, and Letterkenny is just a fantastic Canadian show about these people from Canada, like rural Canada, and Shoresy's sort of the spinoff from that. But Letterkenny is, about hockey in part, and then a bunch of other storylines. Shoresy is mostly about hockey.
Okay. Does it follow that same rapid fire dialogue thing?
Rapid fire, but very funny, and each character is really unique. It's a character-driven show, but rapid-fire dialogue.
Nice. All right, so that's our entertainment report for today, the 26th day of February. We are going to take ourselves a break and come back in a moment. We'll do a live Fox Good Day hit in a little less than an hour or so. So we'll be back in a moment with some stuff to chat about. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Okay.
they could lose their jobs over that. That is nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah, so Kyle, what's your background? Do you have
He's
an
a bank
expertise in
robber.
that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank. No, I'm not a bank.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
Oh,
your
darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you like
attitude?
his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he
Yeah.
was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to old,
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Yeah.
Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high. God. Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McWayne and Catherine Mono anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a double beer, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
really.
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't
forgot
think
her
anybody,
damn
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. Personal best, I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical.
Magical.
Yeah. Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I
we
wish
do
we could
have.
have another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think
jam?
there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children, boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
sir.
step
I have to
forward.
actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works.
listen.
Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He
He sees the shadow. I mean,
It's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
yeah.
Yes, and that's
Sadly.
what he said.
Oh,
You could understand that?
Not
Wait.
really.
I
I think
did.
it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks
double
like an
fisting.
Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263 WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we'll hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not 10.
No, we're doing 10.
We are doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah, come on.
I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, here it goes. Right, so right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio 2 gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen him in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life
Oh,
experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah. But that could be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
there's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest The L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that. That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. I thought because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to
the
be
show.
funny in the audition. And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting on comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
3 WMMR.
I know we're anticipating a lot of excitement on Friday for Cardboard Classic and all the amazing monstrosities that these people create that head down the hill. But the one really bright, shining thing that we have to look forward to is Kathy's foot video.
Yes.
Coming out on Friday that was promised to those who got on board our Instagram account and boosted to over 100,000. And now we have the debut of that on Friday, from what I understand. Have you seen it yet?
I mean, it is my feet. I created it.
Well, I didn't know you made the video. I know you filmed it. I didn't know you edited it and put the whole thing together. Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of like a, let's call it like, I'm just like talking to my feet peeps, you know?
Okay.
Like an influencer. And her feet followers.
Is there a pre-existing foot fetish template that you used or no?
Wait, and by the way, I want to point this out. I hope everyone is listening right now. I get messages that go, "What's your feet site?" Like,
No
this
kidding.
is now a thing. People think that I'm like a foot fetish person. I'm not. This was a joke, and so is this video that's coming out.
But you know what? You really should.
I
You
seriously-
should
I-
because, listen, it's funny to you.
I know.
You know, but would it bother you if you knew that
Well, so-
guys were getting off on it?
So I actually had a conversation. I have a friend. She and I had this conversation, I mean, years ago, and we laughed about it. She actually did it. She created it, and she's very open about it and talks about it, and as you know, if it's a joke. But the people on the other end of it, on these sites, they don't know it's a joke. And she said, yes, that's what's like hard to do, is deal with these people and like their comments and what they're saying and what they want her to do and like all this kind of stuff. And it is just her feet. It's just her feet. There's nothing else. And she has like a friend, and sometimes the friend's feet comes into it, and like, yeah. And she's like, I'll get these messages of these guys who like truly get off on it.
It's sort of anticipated that you I mean, part of it, we've heard this from OnlyFans people with accounts. The interaction is a big part of it. So
that's a big part of it. And she said that's what's hard, is like being like,
I can
oh
imagine
yeah,
that.
you really like that, don't you? Me too. You know, like she's like, it is creepy and it's disturbing sometimes.
Money wise though?
I don't. At the time when I spoke to her about it, I probably saw her, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that. There was not much cash being generated, but she's like, they are paying for it. There was some.
All right, speaking of interaction, Kathy, I want to show you this photo. This was sent to us just now by our buddy Bob Havens. Bob comes to Cardboard Classic every year. This is a sign that he made, actually, that his niece made for you. Oh. And there's a hole right above PNS for you to stick your foot through.
OnlyFans, feety feet.
OnlyFans, feety feet, feety feet. And so Bob's bringing that up to Cardboard Classic on Friday. So if you're game and you want to stick your foot through that hole, we can take pictures of that too.
It's adorable.
I love that.
When you can fold your kids into your OnlyFans account. That's
I know, it's so cute.
All right, so we have that to look forward to on Friday on top of all the other activities at Cardboard Classic. So Kathy's foot video for those who have been dying for this. It's going to be on Friday. So I'm going to give the mic to Nick for a second because he told us a story that I thought people can relate to the other day. You were traveling around, or what
I
were
was
you
just
doing?
out and about. Yeah, I went to Valley Forge and did some hikes that Casey and I like talking about. It's Mount Joy and Mount Misery and Valley Forge. And after the hikes, I was with Andrea and my wife, and we were just kind of hungry. And she, for whatever reason, in her mind, she got the notion that she wanted to go to McDonald's. She loves the cheeseburger value meal at McDonald's, and it satisfies her from time to time. time in probably ways that I can't. And so she decided we were going to McDonald's. I was like, all right. So the closest McDonald's to Valley Forge is the one in Devon where I used to work. And I've talked about this many times on the show, but I worked there in high school. It was my first job, my first real job. I worked there from 1990 to 1994. And like half of my high school worked there as well. It's right on Sweetsford Road in Devon, and it's still there. It's gone through some remodeling over the years. But the basic outside structure is the same as it was when I worked there, and I hadn't been in a while. So I walked into a McDonald's, and it's really not much different than any other McDonald's on the planet, but it's my McDonald's. And I was there a lot from 1990 to 1994. My shift usually, I would work Fridays 4 to 7. You know, this is a high school job. And then Saturdays 9 to 5 and Sundays 9 to 5. And it was a great job in high school to work with as many high school friends as I did. Two of my best friends worked there. This guy, Michael Carnaccia, who's become an actor. Like he, in a weird sort of way, got his acting start at that McDonald's. He would host and be a presenter.
Were you flooded with memories when you went in?
Absolutely, Steve, and most good memories.
Yeah.
But when they gutted it and they moved everything around on the inside, I've shared this story with you guys before. But there was a time where we had like McDonald's does a lot of things really well. But one of the things that they do pretty well is these like nationwide inspections, and they're usually relatively surprise inspections. Like you know a day or so in advance that the corporation is going to come in and make sure everything's running right, everything's super clean. And so I was working the register during one of these inspections, and the people doing the inspection were like, this kid doesn't belong on the register. So I got demoted from register to third fry guy.
Wow.
I was not the guy who put the fries into the sleeves. I was not even the guy who put the fries into the fryer. I was the guy who loaded the frozen fries into the baskets to then put into the fryer.
Wow.
So they moved the fryer wall. It used to be like sort of in the middle of the restaurant to the left-hand side if you were looking at the registers. And now it's up against the wall where the drive-thru is. But I worked the drive-thru a lot. And it was really cool to like be in this place that a lot of like core memories, certainly like early work memories for me. When I worked there was like 3 or 4 registers. Now there's one, which I think is also relatively common for most McDonald's. But it was like I was flooded with nostalgia walking back into this place.
It's funny.
I just hadn't been in a while.
You mentioned because I actually I need to go up to New York, go up to Long Island, and go visit some sites because I nostalgically have been going on the street view of different things. In fact, I'm right now in front of the Dunkin' Donuts that
You were a porter.
I was a porter.
That was your
It was
first
also
job?
the Orient Express that I worked on. And I didn't even realize this, Nick. It is now a Dunkin' Baskin Robbins.
Oh.
But I mean, there were 2 girlfriends that came out of that Dunkin' Donuts. There were, there was all sorts of
important.
And that there is a switch that gets flicked. That nostalgia. I just despise the notion of having to travel in the goddamn hell that is the Outer Bridge crossing in Staten Island. But if I have nothing but endless time, I'll take a sojourn up there and visit everything. But you look at it and you're like, those things on like the street view, even when you catch a glimpse of something, even if the area's changed dramatically. Oh, that sign, that's still there.
Yeah.
And it gives you, it's like you're traveling through time.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we lived for 3 or 4 years in South Carolina, and like I don't remember, the name of our neighborhood or the streets or anything. I just had a general idea where it was. And a few years ago, I went on the Street View, and I just kept searching around until I eventually narrowed it down and found our old house, and that was really cool to kind of look back at that. And when I go back,
is your house pretty much when Casey went and you saw your old house? Is it changed dramatically?
Yeah, I mean, like they added a pool, and everything looks quite a bit different. But it was unique. But when I do now, I'll probably never go back to that town again. We didn't spend enough time there as a family. But growing up in St. Louis, when I do go back there, I don't visit that often. Maybe every other year or something like that. I do a little tour.
Yeah.
I go around. I go to, my old house, to the bowling alley where we always used to go and hang out, by the high school.
So within a year,
all
or 2, you've done this?
Yeah. I'm trying to think the last time
I haven't, Preston,
it's been a couple of years.
I'm going to say 15, 18 years.
Wow.
I mean, time flies by that quick. I certainly haven't done it since I've been here at MMR, so that's 2005.
Yeah.
And I don't remember many
Well, it's
years.
been, over 20 years.
Yeah, where I took that kind of tour. May have gone up, for family things here and there, but that was one specific area. It wasn't where I grew up, wasn't the places, my old haunts. And I am getting that yearning to just go see what they're like.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Kathy. Would you ever go to an old house?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
And knock on the door and say, hey, do you mind if I come in and take a look around?
I would do that.
Okay.
In fact, that's part of my thing. I was seeing Preston, the house that we had and what they've done with it now is like, what the heck? Why were we living in a hovel when you could do all this?
My parents' house sold, I think, 1 or 2 times after they sold it. So we were able to see the pictures of what they did on the inside. That was interesting. And if you drive by, I mean, it's very different. And, I grew up there my entire life. So that's a little weird. But like driving around where you grew up and, with seeing the different things. And, I worked at a pool. So driving past the pool, that's very nostalgic for me. But I feel like if you have somebody in the car with you and you're like, oh, that's where, and then you start telling stories and they're like, oh, okay.
Right.
Well, here we go again.
Is it something you do by yourself? Is it sort of like a walkabout? Because I think what you're saying is the last person you want to be is in that seat listening to stuff that has no interest in you whatsoever.
Right.
Now,
who cares?
I sometimes I understand that, but I was driving with Casey near his old neighborhood. We went to Nifty 50s to get a bite to eat, and he's like, well, let me take you around the area. This is Rutledge, right?
Yeah, Rutledge, Folsom area.
And he was pointing out, like, literally, like, okay, see that bridge over there? I got my first BJ there, and blah, blah, blah. And there used to be this and used to be that. And some of it I didn't care about, but some of it I was like, it was very interesting here, especially
the first BJ one.
Well, that was a good one. But we went by your old house, and you gave me the rundown of what it used to be like and whose bedroom was where and stuff. And I thought that was pretty cool. I thought it would be fun to get one of those like bachelor party buses and get a bunch of listeners on board and take a travel through Casey's childhood.
Yes. I mean,
you
and
could
have him narrate it and take us on a tour, and we'd have booze on the, and do a whole thing.
Are they using any of those duck boats? We could do that.
Yeah,
Oh my God, yeah, whatever happened to those? And we could literally do the same tour like 5 times and have 5 different tours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you would enthusiastically lead that, I'm sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Casey, so one of my jobs at that McDonald's was occasionally I had to take the trash out, and there's 2 dumpsters in the back, and one of them is in theory for recycling, and the other one's where the bags where that mysterious liquid shows up.
Yeah.
And like there are so many great
It's ambergris.
It's like it's this juxtaposition of fantastic high school memories of people that I really cared about and still see to this day, and then memories of like that liquid seeping out on the ground and carrying it out on a day in like February where it's just disgusting and gross. Oh my God.
I can't even imagine going back to the high school and seeing what my high school was dumpy when I was going to it. Yeah.
Casey, the last of my high school I saw was when Casey was there.
Yeah.
When he was doing the road trip across the country.
Stole a couple of things from there.
I need to go back and that's one thing I'd like to do is go back and visit the school.
Yeah.
And take a look at it. But you can't just walk into school and say, hey, can I take a look around? You have to arrange.
No, you don't ask.
I don't
You
have
just
any
walk
guns
in.
or anything.
You have to arrange a meeting. And I've actually been thinking about high school a little bit lately because my youngest is about to graduate.
Yes.
That's it. Done with high school. And I want to tell them because their high school experience has been, they don't have a great
uneventful.
Well, they don't have a great loyalty to the school or anything like that. Right. But I just want to tell them, okay, so right now I know what it's like. Everything on your mind is, I can't wait to get out of here. Because I was the same way in my senior year in high school.
Yeah.
But I kind of also wish I would have had the forethought to take it in, to take these people in before most of them I may never, ever see again for the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
I can absolutely. There were elements of high school that I greatly enjoyed, and I actually should have worked harder at accentuating those. I did not.
As much as I hated high school at the time and just could not wait to bail and get out of there, I now look back fondly on a lot of things.
I remember like art class and stuff like that, where there was a collective of people, and my friends were really were good friends. But I ended up moving around a lot, and I did not work as hard as I probably could have on keeping those those ties.
So my grade school
I
experience
wore a lot of ties back.
was a lot different than all you guys because I went to and I was in class with the same people from kindergarten through 8th grade, and I was actually just lamenting this because my school burned down a few years ago. So if I were to go but they rebuilt it, but if I were to go back, it's not the same hallways at all. You know what I mean? And so it's not like they changed things around. Oh, and they moved this class to that class.
Right.
Like it's just. I'll never be able to walk through my old school again.
Couple of texts coming in says, "Thanks, guys. My 12-year-old goes, what's a BJ?" And then
It's a wholesale.
Now,
store.
talking about driving around and telling people what's where and what you remember from your childhood, this person, Kevin, texted and said, "My kids call it memory lane time loser." They can't stand it, he said.
Well,
funny.
You never hear of like a third grader going, God, I'd love to go back and visit first grade. You have to have a couple of years in the bank before it becomes something.
Hang on, I want to go to Ryan. Went back to the old house that he used to live in, and I want to hear about that experience. Ryan, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Bam, 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 smash, smash, bam.
Yeah. What's up, Ryan?
Nothing. This is probably like a decade ago. I maybe a little bit sooner than that. I had gone to the house that I grew up in, and I knocked on the door like an idiot. And this older lady came out, and she was not too nice.
We have a drug addict up here.
No, not quite like that, but she was rather mean. She said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And I said, "I just wanted to know if I could come back in and reminisce."
Ryan, I wouldn't have let you in.
No, I would not have.
No.
I mean, with that approach, I think what you do is, first off, excuse me, I used to live here many years ago. It is very nostalgic to be back here. I'm not back here often. If you're comfortable with it, could I just take a quick look? I'll give you some of my hash.
Ryan, what ended up happening?
Well, she did call the police.
Oh my God!
That was okay though, because the police didn't do anything. I had nothing
on you
at the time. Wait a minute, Ryan. Hang on. So when they got there, tell us what that experience was like. Did they say, "What's your business here?" Or
yeah, basically, yeah. Like you scouting the place out, or what are you doing?
He's looking at my boobies.
I was just reminiscing. That's all.
And so they ended up
bedroom.
Oh,
really.
All in all, they didn't let you come in the house, and you didn't get to see that.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I can see you going around with the old lady in the bedroom. Oh, this is where the magic happens.
Ryan, what do you look like? What do you describe yourself?
I'm just a white guy who's probably 5'7".
Probably 5'7". Dude.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with Ryan.
You ever had dreadlocks?
Say it again.
Did you ever have dreadlocks?
No.
Did you ever have a tarantula?
Buzz cut.
Okay.
Yeah, and just jeans and a sweatshirt.
All right. No. All right, Ryan. Thanks for the call. We've enjoyed this.
I don't think Ryan would have let Ryan into his house.
Kathy, I wanted to show you this because you sent me this photo a few months ago, and there's you ran into a couple of my high school friends. One's name is Tony Filippone, and then this person's name is Michelle Monti.
Yeah.
And Michelle also worked at McDonald's with me, so I've known Michelle since
she told me
since 1990. And Steve, just like speaking to the nostalgia stuff of it, like we were all. I think I started when I was 14, maybe, and then 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, but all of my friends, obviously, we're right around the same age. It was their first job too. So like when you look back on these things, that's why it's, to me anyway, so impactful.
It is. I mean, and either you're of a point in time, you'll have flashes of nostalgia, but I think we are all. I'm currently in I think a very nostalgic period where I just kind of want to see stuff.
And it's interesting because you and I have a different dynamic than these guys, having we don't live in the area that we grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kathy can run into my high school friends.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
And you guys can, if you want to go take a look at something to stir your memories, all you gotta do is get in the car and go do it.
Yeah.
It's a little different story for us, unfortunately.
By the way, Nick, when I ran into these two girls, they were so nice. I loved them. And one was like a huge fan of our show. And she was like, oh my God. She was going on and on. And the other one was like, you sound like an idiot. Stop doing that. Why do you keep saying that to her? Knock it off.
Was it Tony or Michelle? Do you remember?
She was the
Tony on the
fan.
left. Yeah, okay.
Michelle was like, calm down. You sound like an idiot.
What's up, Tony?
I want to go to Shane, who's calling in. Hey, Shane, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Shane from YouTube here.
Hey, welcome, buddy. What's up?
All right, so I would say from the mid-'80s to the late '90s, I spent every summer at Ocean View Resort on Route 9.
Yeah.
You know that, and fantastic times. I had the pleasure of visiting it years ago when I was married. Took the wife there, and just nothing but memories. Where like they had the pool, the lake, the game room. The game room was a very defining place, especially with the music that was playing at the time, like Criss Cross and House of Pain and all that.
Yeah, Criss Cross.
Yes.
But you see, look at how clear that is in your mind. You remember the music. You can see it. Had it changed dramatically?
Since the last time I was there, more so because they had knocked down the original store and built this new one, and I personally don't like it, but but I know things evolve, for what's necessary. And, like they had the outdoor golf, the ice cream place, the clubhouse, which I don't think they use that much anymore. It was just a place to be growing up. The friends that you had, the other kids that you clashed with. It was just a well-balanced experience, I would say.
Yeah. Sometimes when you have places that are like that or resort places, sometimes they don't change dramatically over the years. Like I remember we used to go to a place in upstate New York, visiting it, years after, it kind of looked the same. It's kind of cool in a way. These memories, because that's what you went there to see it as you remember it.
Mm-hmm. And I have dreams every once in a while that I'm back there, and it's crazy, Yeah. And like a lot of people that I knew still go there, with their kids.
Yeah.
Do you ever have a dreamer that a stoner shows up at your house?
Yeah, saying that he used to live there?
Hey, man.
All right. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it, bud. Nick, you've gone back to Camp Tonquah a few times, right?
My son went there.
That had to have been a really cool, nostalgic visit.
But the smells of walking into a cabin at Tonquah, like that takes you back to mid to late 80s. Marissa went to Tonquah as well. If you don't know, it's this YMCA camp. It's a sleepover camp. It's on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake Bay. And by the way, a bunch of people that like work on their board and stuff listen to the Preston and Steve show. So anytime we ever mention Tonquah, they're thrilled by it. And a lot of kids in this area went there. John Brazier's daughter went there as well. So it's this... it's a great camp, but it really fosters a lot of memories. And when it becomes a generational thing, which it is for me and my family, those are just, you see it as an adult, but then that, so you're psyched that your kid's going there.
Right.
But it also brings back all of these memories when you were a kid as well.
Dude, just somebody had texted in something about malls, from our era. And I recently, not that long ago, just a few months ago, they tore down the mall that I spent my teenage years, and I mean I spent hours and hours and days
and it's
days.
just gone.
It's gone now. They tore it down. I was a little bummed out.
I mean, even the Granite Run Mall is kind of there. If you want to go through Boscov.
Was that your mall?
No, actually, Springfield Mall was my mall. Yeah.
Well, Granite
and
Run
that's
Mall.
still there.
Yeah, and also, you know what? Springfield Mall has changed quite a bit. The anchor stores are different, but like if I went into the McDade Mall, it would probably be the exact same. There would still probably be a leather shop. I should go there. Yeah. The McDade Mall was. I mean, we went there a lot, but there was a movie theater in there as well. I wonder what the freaking movie theater is now. Because they haven't torn it down.
Okay.
But you start this always happens, and Preston, I'm sure you go through this. That place. Oh, but that reminds me of this place.
Yes.
And you start going down the memory hole.
Yeah. Hang on a second here. Jay has an interesting story. Hi, Jay, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Jay. All right, you have a cool little story here. What is that?
So I work for a school. I work in admin, and what they do is we're actually a private school that leases classrooms in public schools, and they gave us a wing, and the wing itself is actually where I went to 6th grade.
Huh.
So, yeah, so the teachers that I talk to, I go in and I say, oh, well, I had English here, and my seat was right here, and this is where I had science, and I even have to store stuff in my old locker. And
Your old 6th grade locker, you get to store stuff in. That's pretty cool.
I was so skinny I could actually fit inside the locker because they're kind of wide.
Yeah.
And I showed kids, and they're like, "There's no way you're fitting in that now."
That's cool.
That's great.
I remember years ago, just the phenomenon of going to vote at the school.
Thanks, Jay.
You went to the elementary school and you felt like you were a titan. How did I
feel like a giant?
Yeah.
One of my favorite pictures ever is Casey going back to his grade school. And they still have the urinals that go all the way to the floor.
Right.
And Casey dropped his pants down to his ankles with his bare butt standing there.
But you know what?
Using the urinal.
That bathroom's not there anymore. Burned down.
Sad, man.
Burned down. Well, do we need to break now, Case? I know we're doing
got a couple of minutes.
Fox Good Day.
Yeah.
So a couple. We can do another call here real quick. Let me go to this because Matt has moved a lot. Hi, Matt. You're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, bitches. What's up?
Hey, what, bitch? What's going on, Matt?
Hey, I like the path that you're on because I grew up in a Navy family.
Oh,
wow.
And I moved 11 times from birth until high school in Louisville, Kentucky.
Wow.
And Preston, I'm the guy that hung out with Seth.
Oh, yeah. He came down to the parade. Excellent.
Oh, cool.
Thanks, Matt. He hung out with my stepbrother who was in from Lexington. Yeah.
And of course, our bond was, I don't say the school name because I'm a Louisville fan.
Yeah.
You know, I went to school in Lexington for college also.
Yeah, UK and Louisville hate each other.
Oh,
It's
do
a
they?
Staunch rivalry, yeah.
But no, it was cool. I've been back to 9 of the houses that we lived in, from East Coast to West Coast.
Did you have time to get attached to those? You were moving around so much,
Not really.
Yeah.
The most, sometimes it was 6 months, like the one in Seal Beach, California. But most of the time it was 2 years was the max.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
But I'll be honest, it was easier to visit the houses than it was for me to go visit the schools that I went to.
Oh, really?
Yes, because, the schools is, you have to go through so many sectors to get in.
Yeah.
But the people that I would just go up and knock on the door and say, hey, like in Wiscasset, Maine, I said, hey, we lived in this house from, 1965 to 1967. And they're like, oh, do you want to come in and look at it?
Wow.
And,
Okay.
It was always pretty cool. The easiest one was the one in Boston, where I was born because I had my birth certificate with me.
Okay.
And I said, look, here's the address. But
by law, you have to let me.
But no, the people, I was really surprised of how gracious and interested the people were that were living in the house at the time to know what it was like. And
I think I
guess some
would.
people would want to hear about it.
Have you ever had someone come to your house, Preston?
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. No, we built our home.
Yeah, but I mean, like your other house, your the house you lived in prior to.
No.
Okay.
No, nobody ever came back for a visit.
Yeah.
But we would absolutely say, come on in.
Yeah.
We'll show you around a little bit. So, but it's an interesting thing to do. If you haven't done it in a while, maybe that'd be good for your soul. Go by and take a look at.
I think I'd like. Yeah.
The old places.
I have a hankering.
All right. Well, Nick, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, and
Appreciate
Steve, you
that.
got to go to that Dunkin' because they got a Baskin Robbins there now too.
I know. I would have loved that.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have some bizarre foul stories we'll share with you, and we will check in with our friends at Fox Good Day. Be right back.
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories. You know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up. There's more stakes. You're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
It's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, I'm hammered. And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
Dude, that was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's the pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
It doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right.
Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. Certainly on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut. You'll
think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about. And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast
what
a real
resonates.
guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn, and man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. You know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all? The idea of perhaps dramatic acting, because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, I know you can do this. Don't worry about it. This guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, no, I know Artie can do this. I was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, listen, I can't go to the Yankee-Padre World Series if I take this part. And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, so I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television. And it's my team, so...
You're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, ugh! And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, whoa, I'm sorry. And the director said, no, she's acting. And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the
Well, you could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And somebody said, Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it. He's like, oh, good, because I don't know how to act. He goes, you know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller.
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, do Burt Reynolds. And he would go, I need the mustache. I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method everywhere. Excellent. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared two of the three men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at three guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was
Were
hit.
they stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the
We
shooting.
go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
Fifth one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
Yeah.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Do it again.
Thank you very much, Kathy. All right, we got about 10 seconds or so. Excuse me. And then we will hear some music starts to surge up, and that means we're about ready to go live on Fox Good Day. We'll dive into the B-file shortly after that. Here we go.
Hey, Preston and Steve, we were having our viewers guess of all of you there at MMR. Who has a hobby? Preston, do you have a hobby? I know you play drums.
I play drums. I play golf. Those are my two main hobbies. I can't think of anything other than drinking outside of that.
Drinking.
That I would call a hobby. But those are my hobbies, yes.
Steve?
Yeah, so I do. I'm big into gadgets and tech, so I'm always working on stuff like that. I love to hike, exercise, and I'm actually getting into a new hobby with one Dr. Mike Sirigliano, RC planes. So he and I are working on that. That is going to be my next hobby interest.
What is that? Is that models?
Yeah, radio-controlled planes. Dr. Mike has a squadron at his home of all sorts of aircraft.
Really?
Yes, he builds them. I mean, like huge. He's got an airplane. In fact, I bought him a sign that says Sirigliano Aeronautics because he's got so much. You have to see some of the stuff he has. It's amazing.
I had no idea. It's like we don't even know him.
See, I'm peeling a layer back you didn't know existed. Yes.
You are.
Yeah.
That's kind of, well, they say having a hobby is really good for you, and that only 15% of people who live in the States don't have. I've never had, well, I played golf for a while, but I guess my hobby is going home and taking a nap.
Yeah. A nap is very, especially the equipment you have to purchase. Listen, I think if you are someone who goes out and you like to take in different restaurants, and that can be a hobby if you're at some level. I think we think in traditional terms.
Right. And that was the thing. We were having a discussion in our newsroom, and one of our producer Rose, she was like, well, I binge watch. And we were like, oh, does that count? Do you have to be active for it to be a hobby?
Really?
Or does that count?
I don't think you do. I love movies. I seek out movies, and I'm a cinephile.
Yeah, I guess
That's a hobby.
I don't know. I think it needs to be active. That's. I mean, I'm probably the one with that has the most hobbies here. I mean, I love exercise, hiking. I make my own jewelry. I do crafts. I love flowers, planters, gardening, all of that. So for me, it needs to be active and doing something.
When do you find time to do that?
Mike, there's like not a minute in my day that I'm not running around. Because if I sit down, I'll fall asleep. So I just keep going.
That's a hobby.
Well, that's true.
She left off one hobby, margaritas.
Yeah, and I do like margaritas, yes.
Who doesn't like margaritas?
Well, could drinking alcohol be a hobby?
If you like craft cocktails, right? If like the special stuff that they put together and
if you're making them.
Yeah, if you become like a mixologist, if you learn how to do it, that's a hobby for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, clearly we need hobbies, Mike. We got to get it together and figure out.
Listen, there's a lot of work involved in putting together a meth lab. That could be a hobby.
That's a hobby. Breaking Bad.
There we go. You
I
could-
want to be a cheesemonger.
You could create a sled out of cardboard, and that could be part of your hobby.
When's
And join
that?
us for our cardboard classic on Friday at Montage Mountain.
We know Jen is going to be going. We love seeing it. The creations are elaborate. It's always so great.
Yeah, it is. It's the creativity and the engineering is amazing. What these people bring and try to get down the hill on. We've been doing this for 20 years now, and we're still blown away every single year. So it's this Friday at Montage Mountain. It's going to be a blast.
We can't wait.
We will be there.
Yeah, we'll be showing some of it live. Very cool.
Oh, thank you.
Friday.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Take care, guys. We'll see you later. So, all right. So, who else has hobbies? They didn't get to go.
I have a few, I guess. But yesterday, it was funny because I posted this thing about the time on Instagram, and I was just being a nerd and sitting in the car, and it was the date was 2:25:25 yesterday, and so then I waited in my car for 2:25 and 25 seconds, and I screen captured it and I posted it on Instagram and shared it on Threads or whatever. And one of the first comments that came in was, "Nick, you need a hobby."
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I kind of see your point there.
Yeah. But no main hobby in your room?
Like outdoorsy stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've taken up a few different things over the years. I'm not consistent with hobbies, I don't think.
Right.
Like I'll do them for a bit and then kind of falter. Kathy is just so active with stuff all the time. I admire that because I don't know. I'd rather just go home and chill, but you go out and do stuff.
But I do need things to change, and I need new hobbies, and maybe it's just a new iteration of my crafting or whatever. But yeah, I'm always looking for new things because also you don't want to get bored. Sometimes it can get boring.
Preston, you want me to recommend a hobby that both you and I enjoy to Kathy? Sniper Elite.
Oh, yeah.
I love that, Kath.
Sniper Elite Resistance right now. Brand new game.
Oh.
Gotta try.
Is gaming a hobby?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. It's something that I do to fill out some time, and I find it. I look forward to it.
Killing Nazis.
Nothing wrong with killing Nazis, gang.
Helping the World War II.
That's right. All right. Well, listen. Part of my hobby is putting together stories to share with you in the form of the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club. You can heat up your winter with some big-time laughs at Helium Comedy Club, celebrating 20 years, bringing Philly, the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. A New Hampshire woman was arrested on Friday after police found footage of her urinating on food products at the grocery store where she was employed, in a trove of online videos documenting similar disgusting acts dating back for 4 years.
So she'd been pissing on the stuff for 4 years, and it seems like she managed to hit just about every part of the store.
Kelly Tedford allegedly...
What didn't you piss on?
...tainted a slew of products at Monadnock Food Co-op.
Oh, man.
With her urine costing the grocery store roughly $1,500 for the ruined products and cleaning expenses. The grocery store also had to issue a recall for its organic quinoa, cornmeal, polenta, coconut shreds, and raw walnuts after Tedford had apparently relieved herself on the product.
And somebody's grown accustomed to that taste. They got the best walnuts ever.
It wasn't Tedford's first time peeing in places she shouldn't. If anything, it's a hobby.
Uh-huh.
A young grocery store employee. Police recovered multiple videos. Tedford herself posted online showing her peeing on produce, surfaces, and other objects. The oldest videos date back to 2021.
This is disgusting, and yet it's a lot of work.
After reviewing the videos, police surmised the serial public urinator likely tormented not only the grocery store, but a slew of other nearby communities with her disturbing delinquency. Tedford was released on her own recognizance and is set to appear for an arraignment on April 7th. Police have also launched an investigation with additional criminal charges possible in the future. So far, she's only been charged with felony criminal mischief.
Okay.
When Mitchell Ring and Jennifer Collins saw spare seats on their flight from Melbourne, Australia to Doha, they thought that they lucked out. But a dream trip to Venice quickly turned to a nightmare when a passenger died while in the air.
Oh.
Now, the crew decided to put the dead passenger's body in Ring and Collins' row for the remaining 4 hours of the flight.
Gotta be a little creepy.
The couple said that they were traumatized by the incident, which unfolded when a woman walked out of the bathroom and collapsed next to their row. Ring said, unfortunately, the lady couldn't be saved, which was pretty heartbreaking to watch. They tried to wheel her up towards business class, but she was quite large, and they could not get her through the aisle. They looked a bit frustrated, and then they just looked at me and saw the seats were available beside me, and my wife was on the other side, and we were in a row of 4.
Man.
They said, can you move over, please? And I said, yeah, no problem. And then they placed the lady in the chair that I was in. The couple claimed cabin crew did not offer them a different seat to move to, with a passenger in the row behind them instead offering a spare seat for Colin. So he said that there were a few spare seats that I could see around us. Ring spent the remaining hours of the flight in the same row as the corpse, saying that he was told to stay seated as medical crews took off blankets covering the body after the plane landed.
On the
He
plus
said-
side, they did get to split her dessert.
He said, I can't believe they told us to stay. It wasn't nice. The couple said that they have not been offered any support from Qatar Airways, said that they have a duty to care towards their customers as well as their staff, and we should be contacted to make sure, do you need some support? Do you need some counseling?
Yes.
He said, I don't really know how I feel and would like to speak to somebody to make sure that I'm all right. Colin said the pair were now trying to make the best of their Italian holiday of a lifetime.
Again, I refuse to believe there's not some container, some sort of receptacle that they could not make and repurpose for this, whether it be, detaining someone who's freaking out or a dead body.
Yeah, I don't know. One hoped, so this is a story, by the way, out of New Mexico. The Supreme Court in New Mexico is tossing out a murder conviction, and apparently prosecutors were telling the jury that the defendant has the power to control men through her menstrual blood.
Wow, that's amazing.
And apparently that's frowned upon because the murder conviction is being tossed out. So the court wrote, bolstered with copious amounts of other inflammatory and inadmissible evidence, including allegations that the defendant was a witch and a bruja who controlled Mr. Montoya through her menstrual blood. The assistant district attorney, Ripple, remarked on a 3-day-long exercise in pathos and character assassination that utterly deprived the defendant of a fair trial and that is guaranteed by the New Mexico Constitution.
You'll go purchase me tampons. I'll go purchase you tampons.
So the Mr. Montoya in question pleaded guilty in the kidnap and murder of Joseph Morgus, Montoya's wife, Desiree Lenzagrove. She was who was later sentenced to 45 years based on her alleged involvement. So the case involved meth, with Morgus making a stream of comments to Lensgrave at a drug house, which prompted Montoya to confront Morgus, killing him during the ensuing struggle. Now, the district attorney told the jury that the witness would be Rodriguez, the owner of a drug house, who would testify that he watched the defendant's eyes turn black with fury and rage, and it was like a Hollywood movie. He could feel the wind coming out of her.
So he's like high on menstrual blood.
And Ripple stated that in addition to her eyes turning black on the wind, Rodriguez would also testify that Montoya was like a zombie when he was around her, and that suggested Rodriguez on several occasions that she was a witch and she could put menstrual blood concoctions into Montoya's food to control him.
Wow.
The drug house owner thought witchcraft turned Montoya into a zombie.
So you got one person pissing on their food and the other one rubbing menstrual blood on it?
The court said in this case of severe and pervasive prosecutorial misconduct exacerbated by lackluster defense, we hold that an assistant district attorney used his opening statement to expose a jury to incriminating allegations from a non-testifying co-defendant, repeatedly accused the defendant of witchcraft and so forth. And they said that you can't do that.
Oh, they threw that out of court?
They threw it out.
They didn't find a legit reason for that?
No, they did not. And we'll do one more story and then we will wrap it up. Let's go with this final story. Restaurant owner in England says that he has been left bewildered after a woman walked in to use the bathroom and then she left with his $250 sink in her bag.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Robert Melman, owner of
I love this sink.
of Jardum Radizzo, told Manchester Evening News that he's still in disbelief following the incident. Following a routine inspection of the bathroom, he and staff discovered the sink and some pipework had mysteriously gone missing.
Honey, did you take the sink?
When staff later reviewed video, the owner said that they saw a woman walk into the restaurant and head straight to the bathroom. Yet instead of leaving it in the condition that she found it, Mr. Melman believes that she managed to stuff his expensive bowl, his sink, into her bag and make her escape undetected. In footage recorded in the dining area, the woman can be seen walking in with a handbag that appears empty. By the time stamp footage appears to show her leaving moments later, she had something inside. This, he and staff concluded, is their missing sink.
Oh, my God.
The Brazilian restaurant has separate bathrooms for men and women on each. And each cubicle features a toilet and a sink behind the locking door. Mr. Melman believes that her bag was full of the sink, and she then left, and he added that it's not difficult to unplug the plastic pipework around the sinks and get one out of there. But that's what he says. It's a smaller sink.
It is.
But
it is cool, though.
It is pretty neat. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love the fact that your own little stall has its own sink in there.
I
It's
like
pretty
that
cool.
as well, yeah.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us, Fred.
Preston and Steve.
You said Randy
Is this,
Newman.
Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
that was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island on March 18th. Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something
Yeah.
you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah, yeah.
And, that's what
That's what he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums,
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again?
And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. As I kind of notice these things.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
This one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the
I
noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve Show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings.
sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that
Yes.
we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee,
my
I
gosh.
wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep.
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According to
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well, no, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
Like
cover
myself.
that.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In this study.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical of ways. We're gathering data here. When
listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself tthinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
I've
know
made
of.
love to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's big. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
All right, what were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do.
morning. Thank you, Kathy. Quick shout out here. Got this email from Christina Ostland, and she says, hey, Gadzooks from Delaware. Can I get a shout out for my son, Seamus? He's turning 5 on February 26th.
5.
And has been a listener since before he was born. He was part of the world's largest gender reveal that you guys did. And we were the couple interviewed by you guys and Pierre afterwards. This spunky little guy has no internal filter and just says whatever is on his mind, and he says the funniest things. He is my rainbow baby who we almost lost and was born early. He has overcome many challenges in his life already, but he is obsessed with you guys and loves your Good Morning song, but his favorite is definitely the Sharts. So happy birthday, Seamus. We love you. And there's a Shart out for you, buddy. Happy 5th birthday.
Gave him a little pulpy one there.
Nice. And then this is a pretty amazing email. It says, Dear Preston, Steve, Casey, Kathy, Nick, Marissa, and the rest. First off, good morning, it. And now that we've dispensed with that, I would like to tell you about an amazing, near miraculous event that I believe your show, more specifically, an event on your show, was responsible for making happen. And they say, don't worry, I will make this brief. About 3 years ago, my father was in a terrible car crash that involved his Prius getting T-boned by an Escalade at an intersection. Though his physical injuries were thankfully normal, he remained completely nonverbal for over 1,000 days.
Whoa.
And that is until yesterday. Whoa. While driving Dad to his weekly therapy, we were listening to your show, and he began a segment I had never heard before called Stacko Topics. May I tell you that not more than 5 moments into it, my father lit up in a way that I had not seen in years. I could see him wrestling to speak throughout the segment.
Oh, my gosh.
Which ended with just one topic being discussed. Eventually, I pulled the car over to the shoulder of the road, and my father, drawing upon all of his strength, whispered one but completely articulated word, and he said, more.
Oh.
What?
Yes, my father, who for a communication standpoint had been lost to me for years, was suddenly crawling his way back. With this in mind, I'm going to ask, no, beg, that you please do more Stacko Topics today, if not for me, for my family, and especially my father, a proud veteran of the Civil War. Thank you very much. Signed, Steve Morrison of the Preston and Steve Show.
Okay, hang on a
Were you
second.
buying into it?
Oh, I totally.
Even though I was on the conference call last night, and Steve said that he was going to write an email.
Took me about 20 seconds.
It took me about all the way up until I read
Civil
Steve
War?
Morrison. Oh my God, I'm so dumb.
Wait, Casey Same on the conference call. He
I said I was
literally
gonna do it.
said,
Yeah,
I'm
Steve's
gonna
like, yeah, because we were talking about Stack of Topics and the fact that we only did one topic yesterday. I'm like, well, we could do that again and try to go through more topics. He's like, I'll write a fake email.
Yeah. It was when you said in the letter, I know you only got to one topic. I was like, oh, yeah, Steve said that thing last night.
As soon as you laughed, I knew you were there.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
man.
Kathy, you were like, oh my God.
It's amazing. This man had a complete turnaround and a veteran of the Civil War.
Of the Civil War.
It was the same reaction I had to the video of the old couple in the
Oh my
shopping
God.
cart.
Kathy showed me a video from TikTok this morning, and she's like, you got to see this. And so it is an elderly couple, and they're walking through a parking lot at a grocery store, and they're both pushing the cart. The older woman is standing on the cart, the back part where you can hang on to and you can ride it. And her husband is pushing, and they're going through the parking lot. It's so cute.
It's so cute.
So adorable. Like, look at this old couple still having fun like this.
And you had the same reaction I did. We were watching. We're like, oh.
And then a car pulls out of a parking spot and runs over.
Crushes them.
Just destroys him. It is hilarious because immediately you know it's fake. But oh my God, we were dying laughing.
I love that stuff.
So with that, I think we need to do Stacko Topics. Apparently it brought someone back from the brink.
From the brink, unbelievable, inspiring story. But we had one really good one yesterday. And part of the charm of Stacko Topics is going through a couple.
Yeah, at least. So we grabbed one, and it was enough to fuel like a good 40-minute conversation. So we're going to try a different stack. Should we have Nick choose again? Or Case, do you want to do it this time?
Yeah, he did a really good job. I would.
How about Kathy and Nick? Maybe you flip a coin.
No, Nick
Are you
did.
sure?
I
Okay.
did it a bunch.
That's very cool of you,
So
Kathy.
I have the stack. I'm going to hand it to Nick. And he is going to randomly pull a topic out of there. These are things that I just write down from time to time that just pop up in my head and I think might be worth talking about, but I don't know if they've got legs or not.
All right. I didn't read it yesterday, so if it sucks, it's because I'm reading it today.
Okay.
What movie universe do you want to live in?
What movie universe do you want to live in?
So there's a lot of good ones. Yeah. Like the first two that pop up into my mind are the MCU or the Harry Potter world.
Oh man.
Right?
They're so dangerous, though. That's the problem.
They are dangerous.
Yeah.
But you're given the skills to survive.
Yeah.
At least in the Harry Potter world. But because I was thinking about this and I was having a hard time if I were trying to decide upon one. Obviously, there's the Star Wars universe as well. A lot of these things are, fantasy, sci-fi type of considerations, but
so it's funny.
But then there's The Godfather. Would you want to, live in that world? I don't know.
We kind of do.
Yeah.
If you're talking about environmentally and what would be available to you, and on a Harry Potter world, definitely immediately came to mind because it's a world of magic, and yes, there's danger. There's danger a part of anything. There is also. I was thinking in the James Bond realm.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah,
wow. But that's danger.
But only if you're James Bond. What if you're just,
But Bond wins every time.
He does.
He's like Indiana Jones.
So if you're talking
Indiana Jones.
If you're talking about living in an environment where a time and place, like Tomorrowland is a movie that I didn't think was all that good, but the City of the Future or that kind of thing. The Guardians of the Galaxy realm, which is MCU, and on a sub.
Yeah, you could narrow that down. You could sub categorize.
All right, Steve, you mentioned.
Oh, sorry, Avatar.
Oh, that's a good
really?
one.
Yeah,
okay.
100%. Like I watched that and was like, I want to be in that world.
Okay.
Right. I want to go to there.
I want to go there.
As much as I love Star Wars, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings and those types of genre movies, Steve, you mentioned Tomorrowland, and the thing that popped into my mind is actually the Star Trek universe, like that futuristic society. Of being able to get across the universe with a thump, and you're on the other side or whatever. Something about that to me is super appealing.
No, absolutely.
Transporting,
would you take Star Trek world over Star Wars world? I would as well.
Yeah, although lightsabers are pretty awesome.
Yeah.
No, I would do Star Trek over Star Wars as well because it's more like real life.
Yeah.
Let me go to Chris. Hi, Chris. You're on the air, buddy.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, man. All right. So is this is not for you? This is for someone else, right?
Well, my son's been obsessed with the movie, so we watch it all the time right now. The new Wonka movie.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So just the fun of the candy, the gobstoppers, and all the stuff out of that world. I'm like, I just want to try that.
No, it's pretty amazing. Actually,
and breaking into song and all that. Yeah.
There was a way you could experience that. There was a wonderful recreation.
Oh, God. That's right.
That was a year ago.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Chris. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me switch gears a little bit.
All right.
I know this is we're staying on topic, but what about a TV show franchise? That might be a little bit more
Star Trek.
Because I mean, like Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso is
pretty amazing.
That'd be so fun.
So I have to ask you for qualifiers here. Are you existing as the characters that we know, or just in the world of
you? In the world of
in sphere of
Nick. How great would it be to live in Cheers?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yes.
One of your all-time favorite shows.
Yes, and I would be Phil on Cheers. I could be Carla's dad and just hanging out on the side of the bar and be an ancillary character and be perfectly happy being that guy.
Do you know it's a wonderful and it's gettable is Bad Monkey? That sort of
like in the Keys. You mean?
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
But I'm trying to think what is a classic? Where would you feel at home? Where would you feel?
Where everybody knows your name.
Yellowstone. I know you guys are going to laugh, but that's like, I watch that show and I'm like, I want to live in that world.
Beautiful, yeah.
But how much of that is rustic ranch living, and how would you fare in that world?
See, did you watch it?
No.
Okay, they don't live in. I mean, listen, they are cowboys on a farm and they're herding cows and all that kind of stuff. But the house they live in is this gorgeous mansion cabin, and the daughter doesn't really do that. She sort of lives a little bit more of a modern life, but but lives in there. So yeah, I'd basically want to be Beth and live on the ranch.
What about 227?
have to hear Jack A all the time.
You know what would be super freeing is to live in a Curb Your Enthusiasm style world where you could talk to people the way that Larry David does and like just get away with it and actually be the hero of the story. I'd enjoy being Larry.
Somebody had texted in they'd like to live in Ready Player One. That's interesting, except for when you're not in the virtual world in Ready Player One, you're in a almost dystopian society.
Right.
And that's why they have that virtual reality world is to get rid of to get away from the
living
real
on
life.
in an RV stacked on top of 30 other RVs.
Right,
essentially, yeah.
Huh. I'm trying to think of a world where, Kathy described Pandora. If you're a Navi, I guess that makes sense.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of where a nice rustic where you'd feel at peace, where you know what? Actually, the movie The Quiet Man, the John Wayne movie, going back to an Irish town with the character, and it reminds me of Newcastle West when we went into the Guinness Pub giveaway.
Right.
But that's a movie.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of TV shows.
Yeah, either one will work.
Yeah.
Either one.
60 minutes.
Mine is more like I guess maybe more like Ted Lasso, like The Family. Because remember, I used to joke all the time. They canceled Brothers and Sisters, that show on ABC. They never finished it. But that was like I was like, I want to be part of that family,
that collective.
They just they all used to sit down for dinner. Everyone would fight, and then they'd open a bottle of wine, and everything would be okay.
Let me go to here, Kathy. Somebody's got a comment about Yellowstone. I have Josh. Hey, Josh. Good morning.
How are you doing, guys?
Good. What's up, Josh?
Good. I was just going to piggyback off of what Kathy was saying about Yellowstone and how, there was questions like, is that like a, realistic kind of thing? Yeah, my wife used to live in Montana before she joined the Marine Corps and went to North Carolina. And she said, to the T, like, that's your life. You live on a ranch, you raise horses, you do everything. And then the Californians just took over and everybody left.
Right. So, but to the point, I think you'd be talking about this as well, is that to Kathy's point about the houses being really wonderful and state of the art, but you have this rustic, rural outside, but it's not like they're living in ramshackle, hovel.
It's it's complete.
Not one bit.
Luxury.
Right. Yeah.
The house that my wife grew up in, she actually wanted to move back there, and she was like, let's go buy it. I'm like, okay, let's check it out. She was spending, that time, she was about 13, 14, and her parents were spending about $2,000 a month in rent, and she went to see her house for sale, and it was selling, because a Californian bought it, it was selling for $2.5 million.
$2.5 million. Wow.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right,
Just
thanks.
because of the landscape and the land and everything.
Yeah. No, it caught everyone's fancy.
Thanks, Josh. Going back to this, what movie franchise would you want to live in? I'm going to go to Colleen. Hey, Colleen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Colleen, what do you think?
I think Grease.
Grease.
Love that.
The movie. Okay.
50s high school.
All right.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to comment. My husband has always said Mad Max.
Mad Max.
Wow.
So that is a brutal world.
That's horrible.
But it is kind of cool. I would take Mad Max. I would take Mad Max Road Warrior. That would be the movie that I would live in. The original Mad Max, it was still the world, and it wasn't as dystopian as Mad Max, but you could get away with a lot more.
He's seen them all, but he thinks he would thrive.
All right,
he would thrive. Oh, my God. There's like...
if you're going to... What about Lord of the Rings? Any fascination?
Would you like to live in this world, Preston? We would gladly accept you, regardless of your nipples.
Lord of the Rings is too scary for me.
Yeah, Sauron hanging out and watching you all the time.
Orcs.
We took care of that bitch.
Hobbiton looks nice.
That looks really nice.
I could hang out there. But
that's the name of the town? Wait, the Shire, you mean?
The Shire. Well, the Shire is in Hobbiton.
It is?
Yeah.
Or is it
I
Hobbiton?
didn't know that.
Or maybe the Hobbiton
would be in the Shire, right?
Maybe Hobbiton's the name of the town in the Shire.
I guess.
The Hobbits live in the Shire, and the name of that town is
The best
Hobbiton.
part, Nick, is that you could easily kick all their ass.
Yeah.
It's got to be your bowl.
You could be the king.
So much taller than those
By the way, speaking of it, I just dropped a Tommy Boy line. I saw one of the most, Casey sent this over.
I sent it.
Nick sent it over, of one of the most slickly edited videos I've ever seen, taking Tommy Boy, a scene from Tommy Boy with Chris Farley and David Spade, and as if they were on Shark Tank, pitching the brake pads. It is it's phenomenal.
Well, they had so many years of Shark Tank to go through where they were actually responding to the lines of the dialogue, and they're pitching brake pads.
Well, and the way that they seamlessly put them into the set, you almost can't tell that they were digitally put in there.
The Instagram account is Hello Bell Brothers, and I commented on it yesterday too. But Mark Cuban commented on it, and he thought that it was hilarious. So Mark Cuban from Shark Tank fame enjoyed this video as well.
Wow, that's great. All right, another call. Then we're going to try another topic.
All right.
Okay, because we vow to get to.
We want to make this a man whose life depends on it.
More than one topic. Let's go to Rachel and see what film franchise she would like to be in. Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what's up, Rach?
Not too much. So I really want to exist in the universe of Mamma Mia.
The Greek islands.
I want beautiful men. I want sunshine and gorgeous Grecian landscape.
Yeah.
And people singing.
I want dancing. I want it all.
You want the singing and dancing too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Do you know?
I didn't even consider that. That makes total sense. Yep.
I can see that. You know, it'd be a nice place to live is actually without all the strife of the drug cartels, where he ends up in Equalizer 3. That Italian town is
in Italy.
Gorgeous. Yeah,
That's right. Hang on, we're going to go to one more call because he's one of our favorite Cardboard Classic participants. Sammy Vile is online. Hey, Sammy. All right. What movie franchise would you like to live in?
I would love to live in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit would be a cool one.
Where the Toons live alongside humans in some form.
Yeah.
And who would not want to F Jessica Rabbit?
Oh, Jessica Rabbit, yeah.
Well, I was going to say I want to bang Betty Boop. But
Betty Boop with her oddly oblong head.
Yeah.
Sammy, I honestly thought you were going to say Short Circuit 2 because of your sled last year.
Well, that's a given for sure. But
Yeah, Sammy did an awesome Johnny Five.
It was excellent.
Last year. Do we know what you're building this year, or is it a surprise?
It's a surprise. I actually just got to the warehouse where I'm building it. Shout out to my neighbor and buddy, Brad Gress, for letting us build at his place in Broomall, H.L. Bowman, HVAC.
Oh, that's cool. So you have a full warehouse where you're able to put this together.
Yeah, he hooked us up this year.
Oh, that's terrific, man. That's very
so
cool.
Freaking tired building this thing.
We love your video.
Your
by the way.
song is phenomenal. We absolutely love it. It's Insta Carborough Fair.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And, we'll play a little bit of it right now as we get ready to go. But we will see you on Friday, Sammy.
Sounds good.
All right, take care, man. See ya. This was a little bit of Sammy Vile's song, his ode to the Cardboard Classic. By the way, there's a song on Spotify called Cardboard Classic.
Is there?
Just for the hell of it, I did a search, and it was from a band. Marissa, I don't know if you might be able to find it before the segment's up. They're out of Quakertown. And it's interesting. You can't tell it's about the Cardboard Classic. The lines in the song refer to a little bit, but it's not an obvious thing. Maybe Marissa can find out while we're doing this, but I'll play a little bit of Sammy's song.
Throwing that cardboard out there. Parcels, postal tubes, they're all fine. Please send to me all that you can spare. These are for a sweet cardboard ride.
So that's part of the Gathering the Cardboard story in his song there. So thank you, Sammy Vile. You can see that video on PrestonandSteve.com. It is great.
Yeah.
Surprise appearance by an MMR staff member, not one of us.
Yes, there is.
Towards the end that you will want to see for sure. And he will be at Cardboard Classic.
That's right.
Let's do another topic. And Nick is going to grab us another one.
You want me to do another one, Kathy?
Yeah. Well, whatever you guys want to do. I don't care.
All right,
Kathy, you
pull.
feeling it?
Yeah.
All right, Kathy's going to pick from Stack O Topics.
She was such a good host yesterday, Preston. I figured she could do a good job today.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Kath. What's it going to be now?
I think I'm alone in my phobia or obsession.
Okay.
I think I'm alone in my phobia or obsession.
So I wrote this down thinking of I've got to be the only one that cares about this. Or I love this thing, or I am afraid of this thing. And I think that nobody else is the same way, or very few people. I've never met anybody else that feels this way. Steve, I wrote it down so long ago, I don't remember.
You forgot what the step-off was.
Yeah.
All right, so I have these little isms that I just developed over time, and
like a J?
It's not like that. But like you know about my superstitions with the Eagles and Phillies and stuff like that. So I have these other weird superstitions, and I can't get rid of them.
All right, and these seem to be unique upon to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so now it's developed. So for instance,
alarmingly so.
No, but like when I go to the gym, when I'm done, I go to the. I go to the sauna, but I have to take my shoes and socks off because I don't want to sweat into my shoes and socks. So then when I get out of the sauna, so what I noticed is that when I put my socks and shoes on, I have to go left foot first every single time.
Okay.
So now it's turned into this. I got to go underwear first. So it's really weird. So I got to go right leg first, left leg second, left foot first, left foot second. Right leg first, left leg second, left foot first, right leg second. That's how I get dressed every single day now.
You're doing a paradiddle.
Okay.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, left.
Look at that.
It's a drum rudiment.
You're paradiddling your shoes on.
So it's weird because when I'm doing shoes and socks, I got to go left first. But when I'm doing underwear and pants, I got to go right leg first.
So I'll tell you this. You made me think about the way I do it. I always do right foot, shoe, sock and shoe, left foot, sock and shoe.
So you do sock, shoe.
So I do socks. I don't care what foot I start with, and then I do shoes.
Right.
But you do sock, shoe, sock, shoe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Sock, shoe. And the reason I do sock, shoe, right leg is what I do is I lean against the wall in the bathroom and I put my foot up on the counter of the sink and I raise it up and tie my shoe that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So those are kind of
but there
obsessive.
are people that have to go. I can't be the only one who has to put their left sock and left shoe on first. I can't be the only one.
We just got a notification from 6 ABC.
All right. That's great.
Those are kind of those are kind of I don't want to overuse the term OCD.
A little.
But it's a pattern that you can't break from.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's a life-strangling obsession.
I'm also curious about things like, I'll give you an example.
Please,
This is just one that I thought of. What if, say, you're afraid of ladybugs? You know, something that is...
a phobia, a fear that you have.
Something that you think nobody else. You know, like, why would anybody be afraid of a ladybug? It's the most benign insect around, yet you have that fear.
People just don't like bugs.
And you think that you are alone in that
What if
fear.
you're terrified of a long and extraordinarily pleasurable orgasm?
I mean, that could be terrifying.
What is, Kathy, read that again, the Stacko topic? How is it worded?
I think I'm alone in my phobia or obsession.
In my phobia or
if you
obsession.
obsess over something maybe, or like you said, if you're scared of something.
Or your obsession could be something that you're massively into, where you think, I've got to be the only one that digs this.
Yes, Casey's thing is a little obsessive, and so that would fall into this category.
Yeah, I'm obsessive about that, and I'm also obsessive about light switches. So if there are two switches on a light thing, they both have to be facing in the same direction.
It drives me nuts when they're both not up or both down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's moronic and has had no actual impact on anything in my life.
No.
But I'm the exact same way.
Okay. All right.
Isn't it weird? Like stuff like that doesn't bother me.
Really?
Yeah.
That is okay.
It's the people using the
Surprising.
light switches.
That bother me the most.
If there was a smudge on that light
Oh,
switch.
yeah. Oh, God. And no one cleaned it? Oh, my God. You know what does bother me now, though, Case, I think you're on board with me, the toilet paper and which way it faces.
Dude, so, like, there is either somebody in my house who is indifferent or somebody that actually prefers that the toilet paper comes up from the bottom and it doesn't go over the top.
Yeah.
And if you are of the second that you actually prefer that, like, you are whacked in the head, right? If I can take the indifference, but for you to willfully put the toilet paper on the roll upside down is just mind-blowing to me.
Upside down. Well, why is that bad?
So, like, look.
Because
he's
it's just not right, Preston.
Well, no, Casey, because the toilet paper...
Yeah.
will fall, right?
Yeah.
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 It comes off more gently the way that Casey does it, and the other way it takes effort and planning, really.
And why do I have toilet paper on my desk?
Put it the other way.
Explain.
Case, put it the other way.
All right, so the other way, it just doesn't even make any sense. Now you're pulling, right?
Yes. You're not using
No, wait.
You got it.
Yeah.
It still works. I just got a piece of toilet paper off of there.
But what's weird is
The only way I could see that would be really something is sometimes what happens is there's a little metallic lip that falls down to facilitate tearing the toilet paper.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of dispenser
Exactly,
you're using.
yeah.
So mine is just a thing you just stick it
The
on.
one I can't stand, Preston, is the freestanding toilet paper holder where you pull on it and the whole goddamn thing falls over every time.
Yeah. It's not.
It's not weighted
The
enough.
counterweight is not enough.
No, I agree. All right. Hang on a second. Let me go to Mike. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Mike?
I just had to say, I don't know if I've never seen anyone else do this. Even though I'm right-handed and I eat and drink right-handed for most everything, if there is a mug or something with a handle, I have to drink it left-handed.
You have to drink your mugs left-handed.
Well, it's because I worked for a survey crew when I was about 13 or 14 years old, and we hit diners all over the place while we were driving around. And all of the mugs always had lipstick on them. And I just got used to turning it around. And to this day, I'm in my mid-50s, and I still drink mugs left-handed.
So are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed. Everything else is right-handed. It's the one thing I do left-handed.
And it was
only the handle.
It was lipstick on the, I guess, improperly cleaned mugs that had lipstick on them. Is it okay? That's wild.
Right-handed, so the lipstick was always on that side.
And so you would have a hard time grabbing that with your right hand then?
Yeah, I can't do it. I sit there and all they put it down on the table and I immediately turn it 90 degrees.
I completely understand. It's just it seems weird, and I would also say I would send the mug back and say, "Could you bring me one without lipstick on?"
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
What if the mug doesn't have a handle?
When you're 13 years old, you don't really think about sending it
Nick
back.
said, "What if the mug doesn't have a handle?"
No problem. A glass or a mug with no handle, right-handed, no problem at all.
Wow.
So it has that. All right.
Okay. Thanks,
You
bud.
guys are the best.
Thank you,
bud.
Preston. When you're lifting a mug of coffee up to your mouth, all right. So do you have a mug there?
Yep.
All right. So do you go to the bottom of the mug, or do you put your bottom lip on the top of the mug when you're drinking?
Put my bottom lip on the top of the mug? No.
Do the other way around.
You put your chin in first?
Yeah.
By the way,
It's all over.
by the way,
This isn't working.
what I think of with the lipstick on glasses, that's gross. Give me a new glass. Except if you're at Jake's bar, you don't ask for a new mug.
No.
Yeah.
You just drink it.
You
You
just
just pour the beer in and drink it.
All right. I have Jeremiah calling in next. Hey, Jeremiah, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Jeremiah?
Yeah, I actually find it hilarious that you said something about somebody being afraid of ladybugs. My wife is deathly afraid of ladybugs.
Is that her killing them in the background?
No, I'm at work at the moment. I work in
Okay.
You work in a what?
a warehouse.
Okay. So what does she do if a ladybug is nearby?
She will legitimately scream and run out of the room or come grab me. It's actually quite funny.
It's funny. It's funny because since I think little kids immediately embrace the ladybug. That's the one bug is supposed to be good luck. And
I think it's something along the lines of she had a bad infestation from one of the houses she had.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay, that freaks out. All right, thank you, Jeremiah.
Ladybug, fly away. What comes next?
Red Skies at Night.
No. We always said your house is on fire and your kids are going to die.
Oh,
yeah.
You mentioned that one time.
Yeah.
And people called in and said a similar phrase.
Yeah.
Ladybug, fly away. Your house is on fire and your kids are going to die.
It doesn't even rhyme.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
But I like
And what
that
if you don't
version.
have kids?
Yeah.
Your neighbor's kids.
Nick found something called Ladybird.
That's, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know what? We talked about this.
Yeah, your house is on fire and your children are
You
gone.
can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends round under my back to my bunghole.
The other
That's his
LBJ.
wife, right? Yeah.
Yes. But there are two versions of it. And when Casey brought it up, we talked about Ladybug, and then some people used the Ladybird version of it.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right, here's a unique fear. I'm going to go to Josie. Hi, Josie. Good morning. Josie, can you hear me?
You got to get on the.
Oh, man, I hit the button.
You
Case.
did.
Yeah, in fact, it's showing right here. Oh, we have an error.
Yes.
With the phones. So,
Let's see if we can.
Josie, what did it say? Damn it, it was an interesting case. I can't even hang up on here. I think it's on the board. Damn it, I can't remember. It was so interesting.
Yeah, so she. Oh, wait, I remember, but I forget.
And now I forget.
I had it. Garden gnomes, Preston. Thank you.
Wait, I remember.
Now I forget.
Okay,
I had it.
It was garden gnomes.
Yeah.
And she had said on the screen here that regular gnomes are okay, but garden gnomes scare
What would be
her.
a regular gnome?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're all garden
Because
gnomes
if you
to
take
me.
a garden gnome out of the garden, they're never. Some of them may be holding like a watering pot or something.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you might just think they're a regular pedestrian out about town gnome.
Well, does she mean like, gnomes within fiction or whatever? That world, those don't bother. But if she sees one in a garden, that's where it gets to her.
Yeah,
wish we could
maybe.
get her back.
I don't know. We used to have we have some garden gnomes, and we actually have a Sasquatch who is carrying a bunch of gnomes, and one of them is in his mouth. He's
that's
eating
cool.
it.
I like that.
That one's fun. So garden gnomes, interesting.
Growing up, my friend's mother got into some sort of pottery. Kathy, you would have loved this woman. Tons of crafts. She had so many garden gnomes and inchworms and everything in the yard that it was laughable.
Okay.
Every square inch was covered with some ceramic thing.
Yeah, you can go overboard
too much
with those things. All right, I'd like to do one more topic if that's okay.
All right.
Let's have Nick pick one again. He's better at this.
Now that Kathy's the best host ever.
Yep. Kathy hosted our game yesterday.
Which animal would I like this one?
Oh.
Which animal would be awesome if it was the size of a horse?
Which animal would be awesome?
You know what got the reason I thought of this is, and I went with the opposite of what I initially thought of, which was how terrifying would it be if a squirrel was the size of a horse?
Yeah.
I mean, they're cute animals and everything.
Yeah.
But also they've got little articulated hands, and they have their teeth are,
Well, Food of the Gods, the H.G. Wells story, posits this notion. There is there's a horror movie years ago called Night of the Lepus about regular house rabbits that become the size of cars. Now, if you were to take, I forget the comedian who makes the point that we're a house cat the size of a tiger.
Oh God, yeah.
You'd be in deep S.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about a horse because it seemed that animals of that size that are hoof based,
ungulates,
thank you, tend to be. They're benign. I mean, listen,
right.
They can kill you if they want to. They're big enough. Anything that weighs that much can kill you if it wants to. But they're usually domesticated, and we can we live harmoniously with them.
Steve, it's funny that you brought up the rabbit thing because initially when I read this question, I thought a bunny that's horse-sized would be adorable.
Yeah.
So that's where my mind went, but you kind of twisted into horror world, which I understand.
In Night of the Lepus, they're which is a horrible movie. But no matter how they tried to make them look vicious, they couldn't. But apparently, they would. Here we go. Here's a video from Night of the Lepus.
Oh, it never.
This is killer-sized rabbits.
Killer-sized
or horse-sized rabbits.
Rabbits, yes, gigantic rabbits.
All right, so I would take a dog the size of a horse. You know that big dumb dog from Sesame Street.
Yeah,
that thing.
Clifford
Barkley.
Barkley, is that his name?
From Sesame Street. Yeah,
Barkley.
There's the Great Wolf Lodge commercial has they're riding wolves. But wolves are.
I would take a Reggie, my dog Reggie, the size of a horse. I would totally do that. That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's a big, dumb, lovable, he's kind of gentle, but he just doesn't. The only non-gentle thing about him is he doesn't know how big he is. And if you were to triple his size, I would love that.
Well, to the point of the squirrel, when you see squirrels go a little nuts,
Yeah.
you get that, that crazy eye. That could be an issue. I could see that being a little dangerous. Would you, even like a kitten, if you were to put a kitten up to horse size, and with their playfulness, they can slice and dice you.
Yep, they have claws. They can take care of business. But I had a hard time of thinking of what animal would be awesome if it were the size of a horse.
I think like a dog, like a big breed dog, making that jump. Like we have a Newfie who's about 100 pounds. And they're usually like 140, 150.
Add 1,000 pounds to that.
If they were that big, like I always think of like a Clydesdale.
Yeah. I got one for you.
You know, that sort of demeanor.
Yeah. What about duck?
No.
Duck.
Duck will rape you.
Okay. I didn't think about
Listen,
birds.
anything the size of a horse, Steve, can
force itself on you sexually.
Has the potential to do bad things to you. I'm taking the stance that like it's going to stay docile.
Okay.
Right? So a duck the size of a horse.
I kind of like the duck.
Cool.
I like the duck idea. We're watching video of this movie that Steve brought up about car-sized bunnies. This is just stupid.
They use real rabbits.
Oh my God. Look at how it's red paint that they're using for the blood.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They just have a bunch of rabbits running in slow motion.
How funny is that? Birds the size of a horse, or the fowl the size of a horse. I could see a duck being a pretty cool thing. Okay.
I like
the
eagles.
At the end of Lord of the Rings.
That's exactly where my brain went. Yeah, I'd like a big old eagle.
I don't know, man.
What if you look an extra wormy one day?
What if you get to...
they would eat us.
But dragons are attacking you. You need help.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're in Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
I forgot.
Come on, get with the program.
I've also thought about something like a hamster. But have you ever seen hamsters' teeth?
They rip you apart.
Oh my
They'd kill you in a
God.
heartbeat.
They're like daggers.
What about shrinking down?
Okay. That's a
go.
better question.
Would you like to have a full blue whale in your house aquarium?
So, Steve, there's a scene in Sky Captain.
Yes,
and
yes.
The World of Tomorrow where they've shrank down an elephant.
Right, yeah.
To the size of something that could fit in the palm of your hand.
Right.
That'd be cool.
That's pretty cool.
That'd be
right?
cool. Yeah.
You could keep a little pet elephant.
Man,
a
like
little terrarium.
if you could have like a little tiger or a little lion,
bear.
Little
I would have a
horse,
bear.
or you could race them and stuff.
A gorilla. I would have a
And by that, I'm talking about like the size of like a hamster.
Yeah.
Something that small.
A gorilla the size of a hamster.
A miniature horse the size of a horse is what somebody was thinking.
All right, food for thought, folks.
Yeah.
It's all part of, what do we call this?
Stacko
Topics. For the man whose father was able to speak
It's
after
amazing.
hearing it.
I think he's probably made some great progress today.
Oh, before we wrap up, Marissa found that Cardboard Classic song.
Oh, okay.
From a band called Big Handsome. And they are playing, they have a show Friday night at Philomoka with Mr. Monster and Davy Jones's Locker. What's Philomoka? Do you know that?
It's a venue, right? Is it right? A very popular venue.
A little coffee joint?
I think it's a little bigger than that. It's in by like Silk City and Yards.
Oh, yeah.
Over
Okay.
in that Northern Liberties area.
All right, so let me play a little bit of this. This is Marissa grabbed their song. It's called Cardboard Classic. I just did a search on Spotify for Cardboard Classic and was surprised when it came back with a hit, and this was it. So Marissa wrote down the lyrics in case we need me to share it with you here. And I think it came out a couple of years ago. Oh, no, yeah, released in 2024. Okay. So, like I said, it doesn't scream sledding down a hill, but they mention it here. Hang on. Said, all right, right here. I'm going to go down that hill if it's the last thing I do. I say so.
Okay.
And he says, I'm not going home, and all my problems are my own, and I'm so goddamn sick, blow smoke and throw a fit. So something about going down the hill. I guess they were motivated to write it after maybe going to the cardboard classic.
Yeah, there's no
I don't know.
mention. There's nothing else that mentions us clearly or anything having to relate even remotely to.
No, but I think whoever wrote this might have been just motivated to write a song about wanting to go down the hill. So
in cardboard.
Thank you, Big Handsome.
Yeah,
that was nice of you. All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us.
I have no hair. That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying I have no hair.
It's the goddamn truth.
I just have
In case
no
you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo? Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands. For his nuts, he's got soap in his hands. For his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
They probably have
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer takes time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
that's who I use,
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a second. Okay.
my God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. That's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so I wouldn't
Not
call
like
it
a stripper.
glitter, but she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden colors, shapes, and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
Yeah. I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can
it,
see
yeah.
your buoys.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams. Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We should be you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
She's coming your way. Nips. What? Nips.
You guys have been kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nip.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pows we throw at. I give it 4 pows, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Brie Larson. Ryan Gosling's sister.
Yeah.
Huge kids. I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of cheat cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio, where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good, how are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months, okay. So a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now, Tim was assuring me, he said, emphatically, he said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way,
Mike?
sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's good.
All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
Of course it is.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make that?
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So,
but it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
a little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey, I told him Chi-Chi's aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay, are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
No, that's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, Cheese Whiz.
Fried beans.
Queen that I thought of the other day was I was thinking about interviewing famous musicians, and when you do that, generally you talk about their music, their band, whatever it may be. But I would be curious as to take someone as an example, like a Paul McCartney, a juggernaut, one of the all-time greats to ever.
Leave me alone!
I would have wanted to ask him, what did you think of Bohemian Rhapsody the first time you heard that?
What McCartney thought?
Yeah, because here you are, somebody who is on the cutting edge of music at that point in time. Even though the Beatles had already had their heydays, still Paul is Paul.
To be perfectly honest, I'd rather have a wood plane drawn across my nutsack.
But I'm curious if really famous musicians are how hyper aware they are of other great music that's coming out at the time. So, I would want to ask him about, what did you think of this song? What did you think of Hotel California? Like the greats of the greats.
Well, I love to hear that. I love to hear.
And see
I love
their
to have,
perspective.
Yes, artists, what they appreciate. People that I like and admire, what they like and admire. I know for a fact that McCartney has been asked a number of times and is very glowing things you would hope he would like. He does like. One in particular that they all really loved was what Jeff Lynne and ELO was doing, because it was Beatles inspired. It was often at the beginning was often talked about as being almost quasi ripping off, which I never thought it was. But I love to hear that.
Yeah, because I already know how they felt about their influences, like Paul did about Little Richard, and Elvis Presley and Buddy Holly and all that stuff.
What about the people they're passing along?
But how did they feel about other bands that come out and have these great, big, gigantic, huge hits? And did they think, well, that was okay? I know it was a big hit, but it was just kind of okay. It didn't really speak to me. So anyhow, when we were playing Killer Queen, that made me think of that.
Steve, you might want to have a field day with this one, but there's a video series from 2 or 3 years ago where Eddie Vedder and Bruce Springsteen have a conversation, and they essentially are interviewing one another. But it's really cool to see in their minds, what.
Do you have any Sprite or something? Jesus. See what I got.
They mostly talk about soda.
It makes me burp a lot. Sorry. It hurts like a heart attack. I know what you're saying. I love to hear that. I love to hear those kind of exchanges where you have people who are, well,
they're fans of one another.
I've been turned on to artists that I was unaware of vis-a-vis those kind of interviews.
I saw, I got to meet Dave Matthews once in 2002 or 2003, and I saw a guy ask him about Michael McDonald, because he was a Michael McDonald fan. And to see, it's always a great idea to ask musicians about other musicians, because they like talking about it. It's a good question to ask.
So anyhow, I was just
anywho, it was worth it.
All right,
it was worth it.
We're going to do a segment now, and I don't know what it is.
It's the junk drawer. Oh. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
Normally a Friday thing.
Yes, I like it. Listen, we've had a sort of a wide open situation today. Obviously, we're in preparation for the Cardboard Classic, so we're juggling a few things.
All right,
we need Friday vibes in here.
Yeah, we do need Friday. Jesus, it's
Sad Wednesday.
It's crazy Wednesday vibes today. All right, so not long ago, a guy named Stockton Rush was getting rich by taking wealthy clients underwater in his experimental submarine. Of course, that was the Titanic wreckage, and his role in the business ended when he and several paying customers were killed by his own submarine, which imploded, potentially due to structural deficiencies in the hull. The disaster cast a pall over the underwater tourism industry, which prior to the deadly incident was relatively unknown to most Americans. However, there are many private sector undersea projects still barreling forward, and one of them is something called DEEP, okay? Its primary goal is to establish a permanent undersea colony for the purposes of scientific research and exploration.
Is this Mortimer Balls was behind this?
Yeah.
Mortimer Balls.
Yeah, so you can go balls
deep. The effect has sought to distance itself substantially from companies like OceanGate, which are the ones that did the sub, which has been accused of skirting regulations and cutting corners in an effort to chase profits and save money. By contrast, DEEP is currently working with an international accreditation agency called Det Norsk Veritas to ensure that its vehicles and underwater structures follow established and robust safety regulations. Instead of focusing on tourism, its primary goal is to create an aquatic base from which humans can enhance their understanding of the ocean.
So they're not focused on trips down to the Titanic?
No.
Okay.
This is a base, essentially an underwater
base.
Base.
But they will not have a thriving hot dog concession. We know that can be problematic, as Nick's friend says.
The technological innovations necessary to accomplish that ambitious feat involve the use of submarines and the creation of a network of undersea bases, which it refers to as sentinels. DEEP has its own website where you can see a fairly open and transparent account of its various engineering processes and difficulties.
So first off, I'm going to go through a couple of questions here. Would you, if it was like a Bob Ballard, like a real certified person that you could know had been vetted, would you ever do a trip down to the Titanic or the Lusitania or any? Would you ever do that? Because I think I would. My one concern would be making pee-pees. But I mean, otherwise, to me, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's so deep that you have to be in these special submersibles. And their windows are so tiny because of the pressure that I would feel a little bit, I don't know.
Underwhelmed?
Yeah, underwhelmed. I would rather do an actual dive to a different wreck.
Right.
As legendary as the Lusitania and the Titanic are, still a submerged wreck is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I would just do a regular wreck dive. I don't think I would do that.
There is a hotel that is actually it's maybe one of 3 in the world that actually has suites that are underwater.
Yeah, the Jules Verne, that's down in the Keys.
The one that I saw case is one of the newest ones, and it is all the way, like in the bathroom. You're in, you're seeing coral reefs and all that stuff.
Oh, wow.
Is it in UAE? Is it in the Middle East?
It might be that.
Yeah.
But it is it's breathtaking.
Yeah.
So to do something like this, Preston, you're describing, would be kind of intriguing for me, at least.
I've seen that one in the Keys that you're talking about, Casey. I think it's off of the coast of Key Largo, and I think it's kind of cheesy at this point, but I don't know. I've never been there. But Steve, you mentioned Bob Ballard, and I've read his book. I've talked about it a couple times. It's fascinating. And Preston, like, a lot of this technology, really, he's only like 50 or 60 years old, and he invented a lot of it. But on maybe the second dive, one of the times he was trying to figure out how to look for the Titanic, right? Like really on late 70s, early 80s, they descended to a pretty deep spot in the Atlantic, and something on the descent caught on fire.
Oh my God.
And they're going down, and he started to smell smoke, and he's like, all right, what do we do now?
Yeah.
And it was almost like Apollo 13, like work the problem, fix it the way that we can. Obviously they survived, they made their way out, but like,
Could you imagine?
No.
Could you
No.
imagine? Stop and think about how long scuba gear, Jacques Cousteau invented the scuba system that we now know.
Yeah.
It's not that old.
Yeah. The company, by the way, has its own 80-meter deep lake where it can test its submersible vehicles and build out its vision of the aquatic civilization. The base has a training school where participating scientists can go and undergo education about how to live and work in underwater environments. So they're working on that.
Yeah.
I don't see that as much of a tourist. I don't know.
Would you do wreck diving?
Yeah.
Like in a real, because it's dangerous.
It is.
You have to be very accomplished to do wreck diving. That's a lot of people die doing that stuff.
I did a small wreck dive, Carter and I did in Hawaii, but yeah, on a larger boat.
Yeah.
Hell yes, man. That'd be awesome. So maybe someday. We'll see about that. I've said this, I'm sorry, I've said this before, but some of the best wreck diving in the world is off the coast of North Carolina.
Is
They've
that
got
right?
loads of wrecks that you can dive, yeah, from what I understand. So maybe someday. All right, now we can go back into the junk drawer. All right, here's a different kind of adventure. If you've ever wanted to climb a sacred mountain but didn't feel up to the challenge, China has a cool new solution: rental exoskeletons.
Oh, man. I just wanted an exoskeleton to be. I don't need to climb no mountain.
It's at Mount Tai, one of China's most famous mountains, and tourists can now rent lightweight robotic exoskeletons to help them hike.
That's in the Nelby range.
The device weighs about 4 pounds and uses AI-powered tech to make climbing easier. It can run for up to 5 hours and cover almost 9 miles on a single charge. I'd have to see what this looks like.
So there's a domestic company that has a similar device, Preston. It's pretty cool. They're showing the video right here in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's an assist.
Smaller than I thought it would.
Yeah, you think
it looked like.
Right.
It's essentially wraps around just above the kneecaps, and it has these pistons that go up to your waist. And then there is a harness that goes around your waist, and those pistons hook to that. And as you're lifting your leg, I assume it gives you some assistance.
Give you a little assistance
as you're walking. So it's not doing the walking for you.
Yeah.
It's just taking some of the load off.
I want a piggyback robot.
You want a piggyback robot? Like I said, at Trinity Rehab, they have these anti-gravity
Yes,
things.
we're talking about these.
It's pretty wild. It's a treadmill that's completely enclosed. You go in and they zip you up. You put these special pants on, and or it's a thing around your waist anyhow, and they zip it, and inside of the area where the treadmill is, they put air pressure in there, and it makes you lighter than you are, and therefore you're putting less weight on your joints and everything.
There's no water element. It's simply air. The pressure.
It's air. Yeah, it's really cool.
I tried it out. My dad tried it out because my dad was rehabbing from some like leg and ankle stuff. And one of the cool things is that they can increase your weight on the treadmill as you go. But in the interim, you can walk. You can get movement going, so you can get your heart rate up without putting any weight on your legs. It's an impressive invention.
And you can feel like, if you really want to lose some weight, say, make me 30 pounds lighter.
Totally.
They can do that, and you'll feel how much easier it is to walk
good
around.
incentive.
Yeah. So anyhow, the device, like I said, weighs about 4 pounds. It's especially great for older visitors or those who struggle with steep climbs.
Yeah.
Early testers say that it makes the hike a lot easier and more fun. And right now, it's just a trial program, but if it works well, those exoskeletons could be used for more adventure or even tough jobs and things like that.
The one caveat is you have to have an arc reactor installed in your chest.
Okay, but if you're cool with that,
yeah,
you can walk up the mountain.
Absolutely.
All right. You've heard of the BBL before, the Brazilian butt lift.
Yes.
Okay.
I just had one.
Now they have a face BBL.
For your ass?
For your face.
Oh.
It's a lift, but for your face, but they call it the face BBL. I don't know why. Leave the butt in there.
Yeah.
But they did.
Why not call it a BFL?
Yeah.
You know?
Brazilian
facelift. So they both involve fat transfers.
Yeah.
And the face BBL is becoming more popular thanks to current undetectable era trend, the undetectable era trend in plastic surgery.
Yeah, where it's
where you can't tell if you've had work done. Is that what it's supposed to mean?
Yeah, there's more
undetectable.
Yeah, where it's not so stark and obvious.
Yeah,
like after someone gets surgery done.
Is it or is it that there's no downtime to it?
I thought
undetectable era.
Yeah, like because a lot of times with these things, when you go in and they give you a consultation, they give you your downtime because there's some that's like a couple hours and then there's some that's like 7 days.
I don't know, maybe that's part of it as well, but I thought it was more like a more subtle.
Yeah, procedures that aim to achieve subtle, natural-looking results that are difficult to discern from the patient's original appearance.
Well, that's kind of what you want, right?
Yeah.
You know?
So it's not so obvious.
I don't like commenting on this because if it's something that you want to do, go for it.
Yeah.
But I was watching something last night, and a promo came up for Denise Richards' TV show. And Denise Richards was undeniably a beautiful person, and I'm sure she's just trying to cling to that or whatever. But Steve, I was watching it, and I don't know if they had like a wind machine going or something.
No.
But it was her cheeks. It looked. Like
I saw the same thing.
It looked like a comedy routine. Her cheeks were flowing as if. Being like launched into space or whatever. It
like
was
she's
so,
pulling G's.
Yes.
She's and in fact I tell you what, man.
Yeah.
Like you take her in Starship Troopers.
Yes.
One of the most pristinely beautiful women ever. And I get it. I get where Hollywood makes you want to chase that. But no, man, that she'd run so long without effing it up, and whatever she had done recently does not look good.
I now on my algorithm, I get this new face procedure, and of course,
Something you won't do?
well, it's just a laser. There's no
Really?
cutting. But Steve, I was like, oh, I could do this. I could get through this, and then I like watched some of them. It was something that maybe I would want to do. I don't think I could get through it, but yeah, it's and I can't find anywhere in the United States that does it. They do it.
That's comforting.
I know they do it in the Middle East, and I found a lot of German doctors that are doing it.
Oh, good German doctors. They never did anything wrong.
There is
It says Mengele.
there is a local doctor that comments on it. She actually is at in Plymouth meeting at a dermatologist's office. So I want to ask her if this is something that's coming here, if she's getting it or what. But it's a laser that you can watch these videos. Like say they do the chin. I mean, you watch them run the laser over the chin and then like the double chin just disappears. Or like the eyelids, if you want your eyelids lifted, it goes over the eye.
What's it doing, Kathy? Is it dissolving?
It's tightening the skin. It's like, yeah, because we lose the tightness and the collagen and all of that. So it's adding that and it's tightening it back up. It's insane. And when they do the eyelids, to lift the eyelids, they have to put like almost like a thicker fake contact in because the laser can't hit your
right, because it'll blow your eyes out of your skull.
To hit your eye, so it has to go inside the eye. It's very bizarre.
We're watching video footage. Is this what you're talking about?
No, this isn't it. No,
different thing.
It looks like a minstrel show.
Well, I'm interested.
I know. I'll pull a video. It's all over my Instagram. I don't know what it's called though because most of it is in a different language.
Okay.
So the term face BBL has been trademarked by a plastic surgeon named Benjamin Coughlin, and while it has a buzzy name, the fat transfers to the face that it describes really aren't new. They've long been used to boost volume, but people like them better than fillers because the result looks natural and understated. Plus, fillers are easy to overdo and require more maintenance.
Preston, this could be the cottage industry where you're looking for. We can rip off the procedure and call it ass face.
Ass face.
I mean, listen, if you're doing something and that's the result, I'm all for it. And I know that there are people that like the look of the fillers and all of that, but I know someone who looks like she's been punched in the face and she thinks she looks good.
Oh, wow.
Listen,
what is it?
Like she can't even move any part of her face.
What's
Nothing
her name?
moves.
Yeah.
Her lips were once thin and now they're like triple the size. It literally looks like somebody punched her in the face.
What's her name? And let's get her on the phone to tell her.
Do you think it's a dysmorphia thing? Like she can't see?
No, I think it is maybe part of that. But no, there's so many people that do it. Not everyone has body dysmorphia. They want to keep themselves looking young.
Sure.
I think it is like a community, right? And so she is in this community where everyone does it. So if you don't do it,
everyone is beautiful.
no, but that's yes,
Yeah.
and it was like that. It's like Preston. You remember this one when we went to that event and the woman was like, "Hello." It
I
is
listen to your show all the time.
so, and they think that they look good. Like they think each other looks good.
Right.
And so
Yeah. No, there's. I told you guys about that the special on Netflix. It was Tiger King, but with monkeys.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The woman that they focus on does all this stuff to her face like all the time, and it's like, oh my god.
Do you remember that scene in Brazil where they're pulling
the face back? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So this BBL thing for the face, by the way, The doctor said it's just taking fat from one portion of the face and putting fat in another portion of the face.
So we on the surface, it appears to be, okay, you're doing something naturally that's in your body. You're simply relocating it. I think that's also the appeal of it is that when you do things like Botox and these fillers, they can migrate.
Yeah, exactly. So by rearranging the fat in the face,
fat face.
I've got a mind to smack your fat face.
Wait, what's that? What is that?
It's Animal House. Niedermeyer. So he contours the face, creating the appearance of sharper cheekbones and more defined jawline. While the face BBL may be more versatile than fillers and people love the way they look afterwards, they can be pricey. Coughlin's BBLs cost around $15,000.
So $15,000 would be the price of a sort of a premium boob job these days.
And that's not counting any extra procedures that clients want done along with them.
I'd recommend before you do any of this, watch The Substance.
Yeah.
It might reset you.
Yeah, it's wild. All right, next junk drawer thingy thing. All right, no,
not good.
No, not yet.
The world's not ready.
Nope, not for that one. So, all right, I think I got something here. It took 20 years, but YouTube is now viewed more on televisions than on mobile devices.
YouTube!
How
So
about
last
that?
night, I spent my entire, what would classically be considered primetime television viewing, watching YouTube on my TV.
On your TV, yeah. So in 2005, smart televisions weren't anywhere near as prevalent as they are now, but now YouTube is as available on your big screens as it was on tablets, phones, laptops for the past 2 decades. U.S. viewers watch more than 1 billion hours, counting both TVs and mobile, of YouTube content, according to the CEO, Neil Moen. Moen made the announcement in his annual letter to the YouTube community, posted just for YouTube's 20th anniversary, which was on February 14th.
Shout out our dog groomer and pet sitter Marissa Knoll. She will be. She watches YouTube. She watches the show on YouTube, and we just got this big worldwide stereo TV, and I'm like, I don't even want to think what I look like on that set. But the interface is so easy, and it really has become, as you said earlier, when it started, it was problematic, and the only thing they need to do is set up a system where they're able to normalize sound between these separate content providers, and because you got to ride that volume switch if you're surfing YouTube videos, because it'll blow you out of the house.
Yeah, I guess that's got to be kind of tough, seeing that everybody submits their own individual
thing,
video
makes their
and
own
have
way.
done it a different way.
Even with network television, because I'll watch like a 60 Minutes show on YouTube or a 60 Minutes segment on YouTube, and if there is an edit in the audio on the original broadcast, sometimes it'll be muted for, I don't know, probably only a half a second or whatever, but you'll miss a little bit of content. So they'll go from one scene, one video edit to the next video edit. And if there's sound transition from that first scene to the second scene, sometimes that gets muted out. And I watch, Steve, I'm like you, like I watch more and more stuff on YouTube. I subscribe to more and more channels.
Yeah.
And as a result, I just watch more that way. But the audio is not seamless.
No, it is not. And I'll tell you this. Years ago, when I was going to school for television and film production, and the things, and it held for quite a while, the things that would have been absolutely verboten, taking like a Skype or a Zoom feed or, from someone's phone and going raw right on to broadcast are now the standard. It kind of looks weird to us now if it's doesn't have an element of that. That's why you have commercials that, even though they're shot with, thousands of dollars cameras, are reduced down to make them look like a held cell phone.
Hey, is Skype even a thing anymore?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Just not Zoom cornered the world on.
I deleted mine from my my laptop.
Yeah,
because I haven't had anyone request that I use it.
It's
in a long
either
time.
Zoom or FaceTime or it's
Google Meets or whatever that is.
Google, Microsoft Teams. That was the other one, Teams.
Yeah.
Why aren't people doing Teams? Can we get rid of Teams?
Stop the team.
What's that now?
Microsoft Teams is like Zoom. It's just it's not as popular.
Yeah.
Their version of it.
Yeah. All right. So now YouTube is on more TVs, than laptops and handheld devices. How wild is that?
It's pretty amazing. Years ago.
All right, we'll stick with some tech stuff for a minute. So this is a story about cell phones and how they are going to be slenderizing even more. They're going to go smaller.
This is Tim
Cook?
Cook, yeah, Apple. They're talking about. Is this what this pertains to?
This is actually IDC and analyst Francisco Geronimo.
Oh, that's a fun name to say.
Isn't it, though?
Francisco, that's fun to say.
His name is Francisco Geronimo.
That's a fantastic name.
Yeah. He said this can be a very popular choice, talking about the skinny phone trend. He said it's more portable, it's lighter. He said about the forthcoming rollout of ultra-thin handhelds via Apple and Samsung electronics. He said it doesn't feel like a brick phone. Both tech behemoths appear poised to debut their devices this year. Apple is joining in. It was the highly anticipated iPhone model will be 2 millimeters thinner than existing models.
That's substantial.
And decrease of roughly 25%, a decrease of about 25% per Bloomberg, which they likened the devices of the skinny phone trend to Ben Stiller's itty-bitty mobile phone in Zoolander. Apple's new Advent will feature specializing in-house components, including a modem chip that can fit in a tighter package. The Cupertino, California-based company is reportedly endeavoring to capitalize on the same Air strategy that skyrocketed the success of the MacBook Air laptops.
I remember when the original iPhone came out, and again, Max and Steve Jobs' genius was the pulling from different sources and saying, I think Hewlett-Packard, I believe, had the mouse first, and then they incorporated that into the Apple computer. But you looked at that thing, and I remember waiting in line, and I got the phone, and I think of where we are now with $1,100 phones.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean that are just. And I for as much as a tech guy as I am, an immediate adopter, I was like I don't know about, and I've suckered up to everything, every app, every goddamn thing in the world. Eventually, the tech makes it an ineluctable fact that you're going to have to do some of this. You can fight it, and you can be off. I mean, you can disconnect and go. I don't want to do any of that tech, but a lot of what basic functioning in the world requires is tethered to your phone.
Yeah.
But to what point? Like, that's where I get frustrated by it, Steve, is because it's really, really, really good right now, right?
Yep.
So I don't think that I need it in my life to be that much better, nor do I need to spend $1,100 on my next phone. I've got a great phone, and I understand there's always a little bit of an advancement in technology, and it can be incremental, but how great does it have to be before it's like, all right, we're good?
Yeah, but so I have a friend who runs a physical business, a store that you walk into and you purchase things. She runs that entire business from her phone.
Wow.
Everything.
Yeah.
And not even, she can do it from the computer, but she was overseas for a couple of weeks this past summer, and she was able to run the business from her phone. Now, somebody had to be there to, have the store open, but everything is done through the phone. Purchasing, selling, returns, anything, putting stuff up on a website, everything is done on the phone.
You know what my big hold off on is being more, using my phone for more things like email and surfing the web and things like that. The keypad, it's just I misspelling my fingers and you know what I mean?
Agreed. Yeah. I do not.
Thing.
I will compose. I love a keyboard. That is my laptop. I have multiple computers around the house now because I just added a new production computer, and I love the keypad. And I agree with you, Preston. So I don't, I see a lot of Chuck does it all the time. He does text to voice to text.
Voice to text.
Yeah. So that's
Except that and the autocorrect with typing with the newest version of the iOS it's not as good.
It's worse.
It's worse.
Yeah. They've gone backwards in the ability for it to correct the way you want it to.
They've got to fix it. But it's the new update. But
I agree,
it's terrible.
Dude. I get so frustrated typing on my little phone. I just can't stand it. The space bar.
I didn't mean to call you a can't.
The space bar, the letter N and the period and the A, like every single time. Like I go to hit A and I capitalize. But what's crazy, Preston, I just realized this the other day. There's a word that I have not mistyped in I can't tell you how long. And that word is xhamster.com. I dialed it in the other day, and I was like, I never misspell this. I never mistype it.
Do you search porn on your phone?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never do that.
Yeah. I don't use my computer all that much. But it's always with one hand.
Casey never misspelled?
Ex-hamster.
Oh, my God. That's too funny. The thing that kills me about it is I'll be composing a text or something like that, and I'll see there's a misspelling or something along the lines, and whatever letter I've hit is not anywhere near where I was putting my finger. The J's over there. I was hitting an S. You know what I mean?
That, and I also hate... Now, AI is correcting a lot of this, and the implementation of it is correcting this. But when I type a legitimate word that grammatically would fit in the sentence that I was typing, and it changes it to another word, it's like, no. No.
Or it just, that a hit is not a word, right?
Yeah.
And that the S and the A are right next to each other. Like, you can correct that stuff.
A hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's
porn glub.
All right. Well, anyhow, they're going to make smaller phones. Listen, before we move on, we're probably going to wrap up here in just a second, but I do want to mention something about the phone. I made an observation the other day. I was out to dinner with my family.
Is this stack of topics worthy?
No. It has to do with using your phone.
All right.
And so I looked at a table next to us, and we were at Seasons 52 in King of Prussia, just in case the dad might be hearing this, because I want him to know that I was thinking about him. A father and a son came and sat down at a table next to us. The son looked to be about 13, 14 years old or something like that. And it was just him and the dad. And I saw the kid sit there the entire time scrolling through his phone as the dad is trying to make conversation with him, and the kid is just not having it at all. And per my powers of observations, the guy wasn't wearing a wedding ring. I'm thinking maybe a divorced couple, and he was taking his son
trying to make
out
some time with his
and make
son.
some time with his son. And I felt so bad for this guy.
And the cats and the cradle.
Oh,
and the
man.
silver-
I just saw him saying a few words. I couldn't hear what he was saying, and the kid responding with one-word responses. And then I glanced around the rest of the restaurant, and nobody had their phone out except for this kid. And I just felt bad for the dad. And the dad got to a point where, like an hour into it, he whipped out his own phone because the kid was not giving anything back to him.
He's given up.
Yeah, he gave up on it. I felt
Try
really
not
bad.
to do that.
Yeah.
Do you have a rule at the table?
Not
for surfing porn.
I mean, the only one who stays on the phone all the time is Parker. He's not very social.
Right.
He's on the spectrum, so he does this stuff to occupy his time, and I kind of am okay with that.
Okay.
But yeah, we I think it's an unspoken.
Yeah.
We're here together.
Yep.
Don't be on your phone.
Savor this time.
How often do you address it? Because I did yesterday with Ben, and
It doesn't happen that often. Luckily,
to me, it's just a helpful, friendly reminder occasionally as a dad. And listen, something popped up on his phone. We were in the middle of a conversation about college stuff, so it was relatively important. And I was like, do you need to be on your phone? And he's like, no, it's just an alert. And I was like, okay, just put it down for a little bit. And he was respectful about it, but it does require occasional reminders. We're like, hey, let's just put the phones away for a little bit,
We can spend some time together. Trust me, this won't be excruciating.
Right.
Ben, if we run out of things to talk about, we'll
pick up our phones.
You'll pick up our phones. Come on. It's always there.
Ben, here's $40. Buy 20 Sixers tickets.
Yeah. We had that conversation. Oh, my God. Steve and I were chatting before the show. I'll share it with you guys because Steve sent that article about how cheap Sixers tickets are right now. And Ben is a huge Sixers fan.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you now. He and his buddies, I think there's either 6 or 8 of them, I'm not exaggerating, for great seats for a game against the Wizards in 1 or 2 weeks. They spent a total of $16.
What?
Great seats.
I know they have $2 seats, but wow, good seats?
He was showing me on SeatGeek last night, which is an app that he uses all the time, and I was like, dude, 60, and like there's 8 of these kids going together, and he's like, how am I going to pass this up?
You're paying 3 times as much to park your
That's
car.
exactly right. I was like, how much is the subway ride if you're taking the train into the city?
Wow.
It's astonishing.
That's crazy.
Well, that's what happens when you put a crap product on the court.
That's exactly what it is. You're right.
Flyers won 3 in a row.
So there's something coming around there. Maybe because Casey's wearing his awesome hoodie today.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
People are loving it on YouTube. I love it. I have that same one. I love it.
It is and it's warm. I think I have to take it off.
All right, well, we're done cleaning out the junk drawer, folks, so let's close that out.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right, and with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Bizarre File stories are on the agenda, so stay with us.
So very go for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
So they do have beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi.
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Buckskull. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
it
tactic.
all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right. So
we used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to.
So there's
to make it work.
very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. Mm-hmm. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
But all right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet. But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is. There's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No. He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
that's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff. It's okay.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Frankenbeans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But
You really sugarcoated it.
It just doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just
The presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
To take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit, a
right
little
at the
extra.
end. It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really? Those words came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. This weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure?
Keep eating, my guy. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out.
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? That it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
No, we gotta wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi-Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
To get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine a Kathy closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know.
I'm telling you, it got
freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed.
Carrie.
And I've known for, a while now that I need to do it. And every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help, and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
Oh,
no.
It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie, these are the people I work with.
Wait a second, this still has the tag on it. I never wore it!
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. This is good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs!
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the question, Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once-over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the.
So you know who would
yeah, like I
maybe like something?
Right, exactly. A couple, and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
How
Or
much?
like
Where's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that meeting's at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not get Friday morning foot video from Kathy Romano. We are debuting that, and I just want to make sure everybody's aware of it. So all of us finally get to
Gotta
see
make
it.
sure everybody's aware.
All right, let's do the B-file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by The Bagster.
The Bagster.
Buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. And The Bagster is a dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. A Georgia man was sentenced to 20 years in a federal prison after pleading guilty to planting a bomb that severely damaged a woman's home.
A bomb?
Yeah, a bomb. Stephen Glosser, who pleaded guilty to stalking the use of an explosive to commit another felony offense, was arrested, and he must also pay $507,000 in restitution to the two victims in the case. He'll have to serve 3 years of supervised release after completing his 20-year prison sentence. So, officials said that on January 13th, an explosion extensively damaged a home. The explosion was so powerful that it blew bricks off of the residence and made a 2-by-2-foot crater in a concrete driveway. We're
Pretty
looking at
amazing,
pictures of this. This is unbelievable.
That's going to require some paint.
Two people were inside the residence at the time, a woman and a child, both uninjured. Glosser and a co-conspirator, Caleb Kinsey, were arrested about a month after the explosion. Glosser had met the woman through a dating app, and the two had a casual relationship that had ended. And this gets more intense as we go along. So according to the district's attorney's office, Glosser and Kinsey plotted to, quote, create a plan to kill, intimidate, harass, or injure the victim. The pair planned to acquire and shoot arrows into the woman's front door and buy and release a large python into the victim's home that would eat the victim's daughter.
Aha.
This is what they wanted to do.
It's an elaborate plan.
They also plan to mail dog feces and dead rats to her home and scalp her, according to the guilty plea.
Mother had a long list.
This is from a guy who met her on a dating app, and they had a casual relationship with.
Yeah. He didn't want, listen, he wanted to send a message, but he didn't want to go crazy.
Glosser found the woman's residence using internet searches on his cell phone based on an image that the victim had previously shared with her and shared with him.
Wow.
That's how this guy tracked her down.
Yeah.
Kinsey purchased exploding targets online, and the two used the material to construct the bomb that blew up the victim's home.
I'm just surprised this guy's having trouble getting a date.
Afterward, Glosser hired a cleaning service to hide traces of the bomb-making materials at his residence. Kinsey is waiting prosecution in the Southern District of Georgia. That's terrifying.
Is it so wrong to be in love?
Wow. The National, and Kathy, pay attention to this story.
Yeah.
The National Health Service, NHS, paid a six-figure compensation to an unnamed woman after she developed a crippling Candy Crush addiction.
Oh.
After the side effects of a prescription drug impaired her impulse control. So the medicine intended to treat
You must be taking that, Kev.
restless leg syndrome and Parkinson's is in a class of drugs known as dopamine agonist. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter responsible for feelings of reward, and the artificial increase caused by these drugs can make someone seek out more of it, and that's something that mobile games excel at providing. Small rewards like opening a loot box, receiving a new item, or just finishing a level all generate a boost of dopamine in the brain.
Yes, they do.
Within weeks of her prescription, the woman began to obsessively play Candy Crush before progressing to virtual slot machine games. The NHS has since admitted that her general practitioner failed to warn her the side effects prescribed of her a double dose. A dose double the recommended amount.
Jeez.
She has since been granted roughly $250,000 in compensation.
Which she blew on Candy Crush.
This isn't the first time a situation like this has arisen. Another man was prescribed the same medication and went on to lose more than $150,000 in online gambling. The NHS recovered those costs. This is in England, by the way. No update has been given on how either of the two participants are doing. Suggested treatment to correct the loss of impulse control is a gradual reduction of the dosage before switching to a different type of medication, as well as other medications and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Maybe they can wean them off with X-Hamster.
Wow. A busy shopping street in London has descended into chaos after a clothing giveaway went wrong. Huge crowds gathered on Carnaby Street.
Yes.
Following a marketing stunt offering free clothes by two brands popular on Instagram and TikTok from midday on Saturday. The launch, collaboration between brands Up in Flames and Poser, only revealed its exact location on Saturday morning and saw thousands of people descend upon central London. But the pop-up was branded the worst pop-up of all time, with huge crowds chanting F the feds as the police arrived at the scene.
No, that's not good.
TikTok clips showed groups of teenagers running after a van apparently containing the clothing. Some even clinging onto the back of the van so they didn't have to run. The drivers, two men wearing scarves over their faces, stopped the van and started throwing free items out to huge crowds.
Yay!
It's claimed people were punching each other in the face in order to get a hold of free T-shirts and other items.
God.
Some people apparently passed out in the crowd, while others stole clothes from those who managed to get hold of the free items. And despite police quickly arriving on bikes, they were unable to calm the situation.
It's a sale.
Eventually, more police officers were sent to the scene and managed to disperse the crowds. A dispersal order was put into place across the borough. Wow.
It's heavy duty.
All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. A team in France has claimed another record most people didn't even know exists. The team originally aimed for 4,495 pounds of cheese fondue, but they ended up with a whopping 4,800 pounds of cheese to create the monster dish in an enormous pot. Hundreds of the people gathered to watch the record-breaking event, including an official representative from Guinness World Records. Of course, it's only a matter of time before someone with a few tons of cheese and a day to kill beats that record. But 4,800 pounds of cheese fondue.
I loves me a good fondue.
Is the current record. And that is what I have in the bizarre file. All right, we'll break. When we get back, we'll test your knowledge. We'll see how you've been listening this morning, if you've been paying attention or not. Lesson question. We'll also get some music news. We'll get the trash and more. Stay there.
Want to
talk about that time he wore that I Love TS T-shirt. So stop.
Shut up!
About it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right. So
No, he was him. Savannah Guthrie asked. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's I
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. Yeah, turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Well, Ned.
Hold on.
Bit. There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this really heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180?
weight. Absolutely.
Yeah. Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you
been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there, I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. They're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
He said some of your friends may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Casey's justification was he said Yosemite. Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me. Yeah,
but there are certain things that should kick in that to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah, Yosemite.
Okay, all right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
So he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And of course, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding. And I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah. So,
Doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
it was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I gotta say, I'm a little nervous. Yeah, known more for my shepherding skills and being the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding, but I got to say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged to my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock, and here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly a shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right.
They were going to get their German shepherd to show up.
Now that I would have known.
That I would have known.
It's good to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was she didn't say that. She's the person.
She told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
Who I love, admire, respect most in the world. And
it's
it is
a little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good people.
We got a number of events that are on the way, on the horizon, as we head to warmer temperatures and beautiful pastures.
Oh, yes.
Yes. All right, today's lesson question. We are giving away a pair of tickets for the Union's home opener, which is going to be on Saturday, March 1st against FC Cincinnati. 7:30 p.m. Is when the game kicks off. So let's go with this. All right, we'll see if you know this. What kind of drum rudiment does Casey use to put his underwear and socks on? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the name of that drum rudiment. I said it earlier this morning about 8:45. What kind of drum rudiment does Casey use to put his underwear and socks on? 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it's brought to you by Neumann University. You can join them for a new night day, Saturday, March 22nd, and discover all that awaits you. Tour campus, meet students, jumpstart your future as a Neumann Knight. And to register and learn more, you can visit newman.edu/admission. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Nate Ritchie, a passenger who survived the Delta plane crash in Toronto, says the $30,000 being offered to him by the airline is not enough. Ritchie says he's not going away unless they give him a lifetime subscription to their in-flight magazine.
Oh my God.
Denise Richards has set a strict boundary concerning her OnlyFans account and her daughter Sammy's OnlyFans account. Richards says she wouldn't be a very good mother if she didn't forbid piss play.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
And finally, the morons known as the Island Boys are apparently estranged now that one of them has been arrested on gun and drug charges. Fly Soldier, a.k.a. Alex, is furious, saying his twin brother Frankie is basically throwing his medical degree away. That's your Hollywood Trash.
The Island Brothers?
You know these guys.
No, who are they?
Grills, tats,
Oh,
hair in
really?
all different directions.
Oh, dear
I
God.
guarantee you've seen them.
All right, we will see if someone happens to know the answer to the question this morning. Excuse me. What kind of a drum rudiment does Casey use to put his underwear and socks on? So are our phone lines working?
Yeah, they should be. Let me
Okay.
see if I can. Maybe I'm connected to the wrong.
I don't know. I'll just answer a
Yeah,
phone. How about
just
this?
answer. You
Let's see. Hi. Good morning. You're on the air. Who is this?
It's Vince.
Hey, Vince. All right, Vince, do me a favor and tell me what kind of drum rudiment Casey uses to put his underwear and socks on.
It is a paradiddle.
Paradiddle. That is correct. You got to hang on, Vince. We're going to set you up, bud. We have a pair of tickets for the Union home opener. Saturday, March 1st against FC Cincinnati at 7:30 p.m. Football season ends and football season starts, and tickets are on sale now. So congratulations. Nick just pulled up the Island Brothers. I've not seen these guys before.
Really?
No, but I need to. What in the hell is going on there?
That's the question.
Wow. So much fun. All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
All right, a couple of things real quick. We'll start with this. The When We Were Young Festival is so popular, they added a second date. And now, in addition to Saturday, October 18th, fans can also go on Sunday, October 19th at the Las Vegas Festival Grounds. Both days will have the same lineup featuring Panic at the Disco, Blink-182, Weezer, Avril Lavigne, The Offspring, The Used, and more.
That's a humdinger of a bill.
Yeah, Panic at the Disco will perform their entire first album for its 20th anniversary, making this a once-in-a-lifetime show. Blink-182 will also play some of their biggest hits, and pre-sale for the new date go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
When does Josh Groban go on?
He doesn't go on at all. And then we have this lovely story from WMMR.com. Tony Hawk and Kurt Cobain are two cultural icons, and they share an incredible connection, a grandchild. In case you've forgotten, Tony's son Riley Hawk and Kurt's daughter, Frances Bean Cobain, got married last year and welcomed a baby boy named Ronan Walker Cobain Hawk.
I forgot.
Baby Ronan is currently 5 months old, and Grandpa Tony is already having a blast. He recently shared a photo with Ronan on Instagram, along with the caption, "What happens when all of your kids can skate on their own and no longer rely on you to give them rides? You wait until they have their own kids." And then he writes, "Circles or wheels of life." While Tony's having fun being involved, Grandpa, he took a moment recently via his Instagram story to reflect on Kurt Cobain. Tony shared a photo of a ticket stub from a Nirvana show from October 20th, 1991, and he captioned the photo, "Went straight from an event at Houston Skate Park to this concert in 1991. It was as transformative as live music can possibly be. We all experienced something rare and powerful that night. The world would never be the same." And then he wrote, "I wish Kurt were here so that he could see the incredible woman his daughter has become, meet her devoted, caring husband, and hold our wondrous grandchild."
Yeah.
Wow. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
And the fact that he was there, that he went to this concert to see the show in 1991, and that these two,
they would have been,
they were connected.
Yeah, I mean,
it's amazing.
Yeah, but he's represented well with Tony Hawk.
Yeah, and there's a baby that exists whose grandfathers are Kurt Cobain and Tony Hawk.
That's wild.
Won't that kid
be amazing?
Grow up with an incredible story.
Automatically the coolest kid on the planet.
Yeah. All right, and we had a couple of musicians pass, and we have some audio from them. And Steve, I didn't dive into who these people are, unfortunately. But
I knew
you sent
one of
these
them.
clips over. So
Yeah.
Chris Jasper.
Yeah.
Do you know him?
He did the song Super Bad.
Yeah, I don't even know if I know that song.
This I didn't know.
You know this one?
Yeah.
What's my name?
The other one I know much more.
Okay. He's dead. And then this guy died too. It's Robert Johns, who did a song called Sad Eyes.
You don't remember this?
Not from the title alone, but let me hear the song. I might.
Turn the other way. I don't wanna see you cry. Sad eyes, you knew that summer day.
Almost.
We would have to say goodbye.
I feel like I should know it. It's not full on going, oh, yeah.
There's kind of a false, look at that, and then they go into that part.
Okay. No, I don't know that.
All right, so both meaningless deaths.
I know. Yeah, no, I don't know that.
Yeah.
But apparently they had hits.
They did.
So Sad Eyes and Super Bad.
And then they collabed. They did a song called Super Sad Bad Eyes.
Super Sad Bad Eyes.
Which is really wonderful.
Well, they will be missed. All right. And that is what I have in music news for you this morning.
We should do more eulogies.
We should.
No,
yes.
no, we should not. We should retire from eulogies entirely.
All right. I have an announcement to make.
All right.
All right. This is a thing that we here on the Preston and Steve Show are doing with our friends at Dunkin', and we're proud to bring you the Meal Deal Workforce Visit. Yes. So each month, the MM Army is going to stop by offices, job sites, or wherever you work to drop off Dunkin' Meal Deal refreshments.
Meal Deal.
And you can get registered for these. You can enter the contest page at WMMR.com, and maybe we'll come by, or the MM Army will at some point, during our radio program, and drop off some goodies for you and the staff.
Goodies for everyone.
It's brought to you by Dunkin'. The biggest deal in breakfast is waiting for you at Dunkin'. You can get one medium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. And you can stop by any Dunkin' location or order on the Dunkin' app as well.
Want to hear something? I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
Those meal deals, super huge for Dunkin'.
Yeah.
People love them.
Yeah. So we can bring these to your place of business. But just go to WMMR.com, go to the contest page, fill that out, and you never know, we may come by for a visit. We'll take one final break. When we get back, wrapping up the show, letter of the day, word of the week prize. That'll happen.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do.
Yeah.
They all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
The Australian shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
No, I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I'd like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being, as opposed to your dog, be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah. How does dog sign
man.
the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
By the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with this Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was held at a family friend's house who opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousins' close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay.
That's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted. And It was so. I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
Well, unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it because they to me they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, they were like, "Yo, what is up?"
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can.
How old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there's a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie because they all get together because their Little League coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me out."
Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen,
Hat and
people,
everything?
hat, everything. And listen, people, showed up in. Some were in suits, and other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know how. I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
So I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa. Okay. No.
Wow.
So,
Wait,
and this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Case,
What a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's
You
just a bad person.
Yeah. It was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So, of course, I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh
really?
my God.
Yeah.
They were banging in the bathroom?
I think
they were doing
something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome, which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah. By the way, if you're 60, wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. You know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out, and we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away, his brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
They killed it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair.
Mm-hmm.
A positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death, whether, a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower.
Yeah. But, I mean, your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, That's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people but again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding, too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't into it.
Yeah.
What's that? I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-Ass 2.
Some
Wait,
people,
when was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, it'd be the first.
a lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the Effed Up Horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky
goes to college?
Does it Stinky go to college? No.
Money in the Effed Up Horse. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky goes
Is
to
it
college.
Stinky Goes to College?
Kid Stinky Goes to college.
There's a couple of other
There was
ones.
a script
Yes.
floating around for one of them.
Uh-huh.
For
Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for
Yeah,
that.
That's
as well.
what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
And
the Effed Up Horse.
Miney, wasn't that when the miners in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania were... The band is Jet on 93.3 WMMR. And Are You Gonna Be My Girl? The Preston and Steve show coming to an end for a Wednesday morning. Wednesdays are usually pretty tough. We've had a good time today, though. Very, very tired. Very dragging Wednesday. But we got this nice resurgence of the sun and these warmer temperatures. As soon as we get outside, I know things are going to turn around for me personally, but
It's energizing.
Oh, yes, it
and
is.
honestly, listen, we have tomorrow, and then the brisk, cool air of what will be. It looks to be a really good weather situation for the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I think that'll be the right way to wrap up the week.
Montage Mountain, and don't forget, there's a party right after we're done. The M80s take off. It's
so cool.
And, you can just go right from our event into live music and drinks and food, and man, I want to explore a little bit more of the food.
Yeah.
This time, because I told you, I saw people walking around with the largest gyros I've ever seen, just like the size of a basketball.
So that's the difference. You have a full restaurant facility there. If you've not been, Montage Mountain is a whole other game from years past. I mean, and then you have the town, which is wonderful.
Yep. So that's on Friday. Looking forward to it. All right, we're going to do today's, real quick, thank you to the gang of Fox Good Day for having us on once again. That was enjoyable. Pierre Robert is here.
Hello there.
Looking good, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you kids?
Doing well. Doing very well.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. You ready with the letter?
Yes.
All right, let's do that.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in Ohio.
O as in Ohio. All right, we have a 2-hour ice cream making studio session at Hangry Bear Creamery for 12 people. If you're looking for a cool new experience, you can book an ice cream making studio session at Hangry Bear Creamery in Kennett Square for your next birthday or group gathering. HangryBearCreamery.com to book yours. Are you an ice cream fan, Pierre?
Oh, my God, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, it's my favorite treat.
My dream is to ski down mountains of ice cream.
Oh, my gosh.
And just fall a lot.
Yeah. I love
with your mouth open.
Yeah, just fall a lot, and I see mountains of vanilla and chocolate chip and mint chocolate chip and strawberry. And
do you have a favorite ice cream?
I actually like vanilla chocolate. But one time, being massively stoned, my friend Harry and I opened my parents' refrigerator or freezer and took out those. They used to come in square, half-gallon sizes.
Yep, absolutely.
And with 2 tablespoons, devoured the two of us, attacking with tablespoons this giant cube of strawberry ice cream. There was nothing left of it.
That would fall in the realm of things that you just eat till you're done.
Right.
Because you once you start, you cannot stop.
It was a seek and destroy mission.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing we could do to not eat every ounce and then whatever, dribbled down the side, licking the box. It was magnificent.
Nice. All right, speaking of magnificent, I'm sure your program is that way today.
Oh, yes, it certainly is.
What do we have in store?
On the award
award-winning program today. We have blocks of Audio Slave, System of a Down, and David Shaw of The Revivalists, the great singer of that wonderful New Orleans band, is in with his solo band upstairs at the Fillmore in the small club, The Foundry. And
Excellent.
So we'll do a block of Revivalists in honor of his appearance.
Excellent. Thanks, Pierre. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme. And it's Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and also brought to you by Dunkin'. The President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow, Thursday, our last day in the studio this week. Joining us will be comedian Derek Gaines, and we'll see what else we can do to entertain you on your drive into work. So that's it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.